BBC Radio Scotland News, I'm Duncan Kirkhope. Good evening. President Trump has denounced the United Nations at the organisation's General Assembly, accusing the UN of encouraging illegal immigration and failing to bring about peace. He claimed he had stopped 7 wars since returning to office and described climate change as the greatest con job ever. Our North America editor, Sarah Smith, is there and says the reaction to the President's speech was significant.
You could see how uneasy many of the world leaders listening to it were by the looks on their faces, but they haven't come out and criticised him yet. Donald Trump came here 7 years ago and bragged about his achievements in office, and the people listening to him actually laughed at him. It was a humiliating moment for him, but things have changed so much. Nobody dares do that now.
2 men found guilty of murdering a man more than 6 years ago are to appeal. Tony Ferns, who was 33, was stabbed in his heart as he sat in his car in Thornley Bank in East Renfrewshire. Our news correspondent Jamie McIver reports.
Raymond Platt and Joseph McCulloch were convicted earlier this month of being involved in the attack. Platt, already a convicted killer, was jailed for a minimum of 23 years. McCulloch for at least 18 years. Lawyers for the men are now challenging these convictions. No dates for any potential hearings have been set. 2 other men were also convicted. As yet, no appeals have been lodged by either of them.
The Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey, has accused Nigel Farage of wanting to turn Britain into something resembling President Trump's America. In his closing conference speech, Sir Ed said a reform UK government would privatise the NHS and roll back gun laws, which Reform has denied. The owner of a Scottish bottle factory has been fined over £600,000 after a worker was seriously scalded with hot water and glass. Stirling Sheriff Court heard 33-year-old Jed Smith from Alloa could have been shielded from harm if the door of the machine he'd been driving hadn't been missing. Morag Kinneborough reports.
Jed Smith had been clearing waste from a basement at Alloa Glassworks in February last year when he was injured. The door of the mechanical shovel he was driving was missing, and when hot water and glass slopped backwards from the bucket of his loader, he suffered 8% burns to his thighs, forehead and wrist. He's made a full recovery. Stirling Sheriff Court heard the door had been missing for almost 2 years before the accident. It had been reported but never repaired. OI Glass, which employs over 400 people at the glassworks, pled guilty and was fined £645,000.
A man has been charged with carrying out human trafficking offences in Edinburgh. The 49-year-old was arrested during a police operation earlier today. A 4-figure sum of cash was also seized during the search of a property in the Marchmont area. The man has since been released on an undertaking to appear in court at a later date. Councillors in Orkney have decided against introducing an overnight visitor levy for the islands, but have not ruled out backing another form of a tourist tax. Scottish local authorities have the power to add an extra charge on overnight accommodation to help raise money for infrastructure used by visitors. That's the news, then the latest sport. Here's Iona Ballantyne.
Thank you, Duncan. There are 2 games taking place in the Scottish Premiership this evening. Falkirk host Hibernian, while bottom of the table Aberdeen travel to Dundee United. Boss Jimmy Tulline says he's had good talks with his players since the weekend and that they need to start believing they are a good team. Kick-off is at 7:45 with commentary from the Falkirk Stadium, live on Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland Extra and Medium Wave with live text coverage at our website. Well, Saturday's Women's Rugby World Cup final between England and Canada will be refereed by Scotland's Holly Davidson. She is only the 2nd person to take charge of 2 World Cup finals. To golf, and world number 1, Scotty Scheffler says he will give his Ryder Cup fee to charity in order to do some good in our local community. All 12 of the American players, along with captain Keegan Bradley, are being given $500,000, with $300,000 of that already put aside as a charitable donation. And Dickie Bird, the iconic former cricket umpire, has died at the age of 92. His home county Yorkshire have called him a national treasure. Well, that is the latest sport. Now time for the travel.
Thanks very much for that, Iona. In North Lanarkshire, there are 2 lanes closed on the M8 going west from Junction 7, the Eurocentral turning, to Junction 7A, the Bells Hill turn-off, after a lorry that broke down. Emergency manhole repairs have blocked the A8 Haymarket Terrace in Edinburgh, heading east from Coates Garden to Rosebery Crescent, a diversion in place there. Tonight, dry with largely clear skies for all, and just a few patchy areas of cloud in the south-east and the Northern Isles. Patchy mist and fog in places too, and very cold in rural eastern parts. Tomorrow will see a dry day throughout. Get it on with Lynn Hogan on 92 to 95 FM on BBC Sounds, Sports Sound Falkirk versus Hibernian on digital radio, BBC Radio Scotland Extra and online. That's BBC Radio Scotland News.
Scottish football lives here.
What a goal! This is Sports Sound
from BBC Radio Scotland.
Welcome to Sports Sound with me, Kenny McIntyre. We have two top flight games for you this evening. Two very important games. Much to play for, much to discuss. As ever, BBC Radio Scotland has you covered.
Every goal, every game, every kick of the ball live. This is Sports Sound. Dundee United.
Down the left-hand side, flushed it across goal, and you can make that 3-1. And it's Lucas Stevenson again, right at the start of the second half, and even already they might have put this game beyond hips.
It's not very often, I come away from Easter Road feeling like, it was 2 points dropped for my team, and that's certainly the overriding thoughts at this moment in time. I thought we scored 3 fantastic goals, really well worked team goals.
Aberdeen.
The staff, the players, everybody has to look in the mirror now, and we need to change the run we're into right now. This dynamic, what we're showing, is just not acceptable or good enough for Aberdeen and the level we want to be.
Goal at the Falkirk Stadium. Listen, it's a lifeline for Falkirk, and guess who? Brian Graham, just on as the substitute, has got his head on it. It gives Falkirk a chance. I think they thought the game was over, but it should be an interesting last 3 or 4 minutes. Falkirk 1, St Mirren 2.
We're still kind of finding our feet a little bit with regards to playing against teams at this level, and so I take the belief that for long spells in this game today, you wouldn't have known that we had just came out of the Championship.
Hibernian.
Is this story about to take another incredible twist? 5 goals already. Are we in line for number 6? The roar around Easter Road answers the question as Jamie McGrath rifles in a right footer to make this Hibs 3, Dundee United 3.
Positive as we got a point out of a game that we could have easily lost. When you think about the chances we gave up, the big saves the goalkeepers had to make. But credit to the players for pushing and pushing. Yeah, the character was tested. It has done already. Earlier in the season quite a lot, but we need to be a lot better, we know that.
Every goal, every game, every kick of the ball live. This is Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
Welcome to the show. A busy evening ahead. Here is the plan. Full commentary to come from Falkirk against Hibs with updates from the game at Tannadice. Dundee United up against Aberdeen. The Dons desperately in need of the points. Both games kick off at 7:45. We'll hear from all 4 managers, and we'll bring you the goal news from the 2 games in the Championship and the Challenge Cup matches. Billy Dodds and Willie Miller are alongside me in the studio. Good evening to you, Willie. How big a game does this feel for Aberdeen tonight?
Oh, it's huge for Aberdeen, isn't it? The way things have been going for them, particularly the start of the season. Yeah, the end of last season was absolutely fabulous. A lot of happy memories for the Aberdeen fans, but we all know in football that fans, memories are short. And when you look back prior to that cup final, the form wasn't good. You look at the start of this season as well. So league form, end of last season poor, league form beginning of this season poor, goals very difficult to come by. You're thinking, what's going to turn this round? And I did mention it before, the game against Motherwell, cup tie against Motherwell, that's what could turn it round in a positive manner for Aberdeen, getting into a semi-final, giving the fans hope that another cup final is a possibility. And I suppose, no disrespect to the 2 teams outside the Old Firm that were drawn together, but that would hurt the Aberdeen fans. They would be saying to themselves, well, that would give Aberdeen an opportunity, definite opportunity to get into the final. That has gone. So you're now having to deal with the reality of poor run of forms, new players coming in. Don't really think that can be such an excuse. No goals being scored.
Incredible.
And only 1 point in the league as well. Now that can all be turned round, of course, because it's very early in the league campaign as well, and 3 points take them on to 4, and that's looking at there's another 3 teams on 4 at this moment in time, but they need to get results. The manager needs to get results, the players need to put in performances, the guys that have got the ability, and they have got players with ability in that squad. They've got players in that squad that's got goal scoring ability as well. Kevin Nisbet, a proven goal scorer. So that's what he's looking at. He's looking at being able to find the formation hasn't changed, doesn't look as though it's changed. Looking at the changes that he's made to the team, it will be the back four, probably three in the midfield. It could still be the 4-2-3-1 as well, but maybe a little bit stronger in the midfield, perhaps. And Nielsen coming back in for Shinnie, so the experience is still there. He's still searching for that kind of a team personnel, I think, within the lineup that he's got, within his preferred formation, to strike it rich, and he really needs to strike it rich. Two very difficult away games coming up. This one tonight against Dundee United, who are doing well, and of course Motherwell on Saturday too. So Jimmy needs to turn it round. That's what we're looking at. He's like any manager that's at the bottom of the table, but a manager with the expectations that Aberdeen have, it's not acceptable. And he said that it's not acceptable. He said that that they've got to turn it round by whatever means they can find to turn it round, and that's all he's looking for tonight, I would suggest. And I'm solely talking about Aberdeen just now, because of the situation that they're in. He's got to turn it round, because the longer this game goes on, the more pressure will be heaped upon him, and you can't stop that pressure coming. It's just a fact of football life.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Aberdeen fans just slightly turning on social media in terms of the manager. We'll hear from Jimmy Tilleen between now and 7:45. Good evening to you, Billy. Aberdeen up against a United team that looks really strong. We witnessed the potential firsthand a few weeks ago up at Tannadice, Billy, with that Rapid Vienna night. There's a lot of good players on that side.
Yeah, and they had the disappointment of that night. It's kind of gone into their season. Everything seemed really positive, but they're another team that a win would really push them and propel them forward. That's what you feel as a club, because they have had the disappointment losing to Kilmarnock in the Cup as well. They've had that disappointment getting beaten in penalties. They've had a mixed bag in the league, although they've played well in certain games where I think they've won 1, drawn 2, lost 1. So this would really cement it again, wouldn't it? It's a big game for them. They know that they're up against a struggling, out of form Aberdeen, probably out of confidence Aberdeen. And when you get a home game, it's a tough game, we know that. It's a fixture I used to look forward to, playing for both teams. But it's an opportunity, you'll feel, for Dundee United to really hurt Aberdeen, keep them down there. But Aberdeen have got to look at it in the other way, where they're going, one win is going to kick us on now. We need to get a win on board to get us not off the bottom. It all depends how many they win it by, but get them in that group where they can get themselves with another win, where they propel themselves up the league.
It feels like a huge game there tonight. We'll get the team news from Tannadice shortly. Our reporter Tyrone Smith is down speaking with both managers at the moment. Let's get to our commentary match. Falkirk against Hibs. Ian McCall is there for us, our picture reporter Brian McLaughlin, and our match commentator Thomas Duncan. Good evening to you, Thomas. You can bring us the team news.
Evening, Kenny. Yeah, significant game this one for both sides. Falkirk looking for their first home win since their top flight return. Would be the first since 2010. Since they were last in the division, and I think John McGlynn or any manager bringing a team up to the top flight, they're banking on their home form is where you'd like to get most of your points, especially with the terrific backing Falkirk have got here. 5,500 season ticket holders here and expecting, and they obviously got the first win up at Pittodrie 1-0, but they could do with winning here at the Falkirk Stadium. They drew with Dundee United in the opening weekend, and then got beat by St Mirren here 2-1 in their last game a couple of weekends ago. Of course, they had the weekend off, not being in the League Cup quarter final. So significant for Falkirk, significant too for Hibernian. I think there's a lot of positivity about Hibernian in terms of what they did last season, coming from or getting back from a poor start to finish third, and going into Europe and performing really well, getting so close to the Conference League group stages despite tough draws. But it is just 3 wins in 12 games this season, and I think the defeat by Rangers at the weekend in the League Cup, not because they lost the game, but I think the nature of the defeat, the rather kind of meek nature, and the fact that once Rangers scored those 2 quick-fire goals, there wasn't much sign of Hibs coming back at all. I think maybe just a few fans are maybe slightly concerned and would very much like a win in the league. They've only won the 1 league game against Dundee, so a win here tonight, particularly with an away game against Celtic next up, and then they go to Tynecastle in the derby. So 2 tough games coming up tonight really feels significant for Hibernian. In terms of the team news, just the one change made by John McGlynn to the side that lost 2-1 to St Mirren here. Scott Arfield drops to the bench, and in comes Ethan Williams, the 19-year-old Englishman who's on loan from Manchester United. He made his debut as a sub against St Mirren, in for his first start tonight. So Falkirk go with Scott Bain in goals, Keelan Adams, Lewis Nielsen, Liam Henderson and Leon McCann, the back four from right to left. Henry Cartwright, the Leicester loanee, in midfield alongside captain Brad Spencer. Those two in the holding roles, with Dylan Tate as the sort of number 10 in front. Ethan Williams, I think, will play off the right, with Calvin Miller on the left, and Ross McIver leads the line up front. On the bench for Falkirk, Brian Graham, Alfredo Aguiman, Philip Lisa, Scott Arfield, Trey, Samuel Ogunsuyi, Nicky Hogarth, the goalkeeper, Gary Oliver, Connor Allen and Sam Hart. Two changes for Hibernian from that defeat at Ibrox at the weekend. Grant Hanley and Dylan Levitt dropped to the bench. In come Warren O'Hora and Dan Barlasser, the Middlesbrough loanee, in for his first start, having come off the bench against Rangers. So Raphael Salinger is preferred in goal again, ahead of Jordan Smith. The back three, O'Hora, Bashiri and Jordan Obita on the left. Josh Mulligan continuing at right wing back, Nicky Cadden at left wing back, Dan Barlasser and Miguel Chaiwa, the holding midfielders, with Martin Boyle and Jamie McGrath supporting Kieran Bowie up front. The bench, Chris Cadden, Jack Iredale, Thibaut Clige, Junior Hoylett, Rudy Molotnikov, Jordan Smith, the keeper, Grant Hanley, Dylan Levitt and Josh Campbell. The referee tonight, Kenny, is Callum Scott, and the VAR is Matthew McDermott.
Thank you to Thomas Duncan. Good evening to you, Ian McCall. You've seen Falkirk a couple of times this season. What have you made of them? Where are the strengths, and where could they come up perhaps just a bit short?
Well, listen, I think the stats would show that they need to tighten up defensively. I mean, I've been to both games here at the Falkirk Stadium, the opening day, the 2 East Drogheda and DNA, and Gabibis and Mum 2-1 in it. It's a worrying thing, because they could actually take in 4, they could possibly take 6 points out of 6, but you know, the second goal against St Mirren in particular was just incredibly naive. It was, you know, one of the players, I think it was Dylan Tate actually, I get told after, Brad Spencer told me after, just turned his back on a throw in. They threw it into feet, got it back, crossed it back into the box and scored the goal. But in both of those games, well, they played well. They didn't alter their style of play. They had chances to win. They had chances of goal to score. They were good going forward. They're reasonably fluent, but they really need to. I mean, it's a bit obvious to say streetwise, but certainly toughen up a little bit, tighten up just a little bit. I mean, individually, I really like the defender. I think Henderson's excelling at this level. Adams, I think, has got a big future, but they need to tighten up a little bit. But listen, it's a big game for both clubs. I mean, the league is so tight, though. You know, the guys were talking about the game at Tannadice. I mean, you know, Falkirk win today, they go above Hibs, and Hibs are in 3rd place. There's a really, really big game for Hibs as well, because they've came out short and played well in so many games and just been on the wrong end of defeats, whether in Europe or just getting a draw at home to Dundee United. So I think it's a big game for both clubs, same as Tannadice.
Yeah, it certainly feels like, as you've seen, some great performances in Europe from Hibs, disappointing at Ibrox on Saturday. I think yet to really catch fire in the league. Let's now hear live from Hibs manager David Gray. He's with Brian McLaughlin.
Yeah, David, you set yourselves exceedingly high standards last season. How far away are you from reaching those targets again this season?
Well, it's very early in the season, so that's something we need to be very mindful of. I think the level of performance this season's been good at times. I think there's areas in which we need to improve. I've said that a lot recently. We've lost goals at key times in games that we're aware of as well. But over the course of it, we've lost a game at the weekend there, which is really disappointing to be out of the Cup. It's a real difficult place to go, which we talked about. I know there's a lot of noise around the fixture, but we're looking at this game quickly getting back to winning ways if we can tonight, and then we'll be in a really good position off the back of that, undefeated in the league, and that's the message I've been saying to the players.
I think there's only been 4 games this year when you haven't scored. Does that tell us if you are able to sort the defence out, then things will get back to normal?
I think it shows, you know, last season especially we scored a lot of goals. This season I think we're creating even more chances. We've created a lot of chances this season and haven't really taken them. I think not enough for the chances we're creating, if I'm being honest with that. I think so we need to be more clinical, because goals change games. We were very much aware of that from the weekend. You look at that at the weekend there, and if you score goals when you're on top, because we're dominating enough games that when you are on top you need to take these opportunities, because if you're not dominating for over 90 minutes, the opposition are going to have opportunities, and that's probably been the way it's been this season.
This is the first of 3 away games, big away games, obviously Celtic Park and then Tynecastle. How do you set yourself a little mini target within those games to try and achieve?
You do at times. I think we do look at sort of goal setting and breaking it down into individual bits at times as well. I think this one has all been about the reaction from Saturday. So we didn't get the result we wanted. We found ourselves out of the cup, which was really disappointing. Shows the measure of how far the clubs came and the expectation around the group that we are really disappointed having went to Ibrox, which is a really good thing. And now it's all about the reaction, so my mind is only focused on tonight. If we can get back to winning ways tonight, as I've just touched on there, you'll look at it across the whole season and say we maybe should have picked up points there. We will play worse in games and win games of football. That's what happens. Of course, it's a very long season, we know that, but it would be a very good start to the season if we can get 3 points tonight.
In terms of your opposition tonight, Falkirk, for the last couple of seasons they've been fantastic, winning games on a consistent basis and therefore building a winning mentality. It's been a little bit more difficult for them this campaign though.
I think you're absolutely spot on. I think winning becomes a habit. I think that's something they've demonstrated over the last 2 seasons. It's an incredible achievement to go back to back. We know how difficult it is to get out of the Championship, so to do that back to back was a very massive achievement. Full credit to Falkirk and John McGlynn for the work he's done here. We knew that. He's kept the squad together, he's added to it, and I think they're a very good addition to the Premier League. But on top of that, I think it's a real tough test for us because of that, as you just touched on, that togetherness that they've got. We benefited from that ourselves last season, and it's another real difficult night tonight, but we need to make sure we're at the very best.
Expect goals tonight?
Hopefully at one end.
Thanks, David.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
The Hibs manager David Gray live there on Sports Sound. Ian, what have you made of Hibs? When you look down that team sheet, I always feel they're a very exciting team to watch.
Well, they are. You look at the bench as well with Chris Cadden, Dylan Levitt, Junior Hoylett. They've got a lot. I mean, for me, the one player I'm really looking forward to see, albeit he's playing out of position for me, is Josh Mulligan, who I think has been absolutely excellent. But he's playing right wing back, and I know he can do that. He's got the legs to do that, no doubt about that. But I think he's better from a central area. But listen, McGrath and Boyle supporting Kieran Bowie, who obviously scored that sensational goal at Easter Road in Europe. So really, really exciting team to watch. But they need to start putting the wins on board. Last season was a runaway success. But he was in David Gray was in Jimmy Thillian's position at this stage of the season last year. I mean, a lot of people were saying he was one game away, and look what's happened. And maybe that's working out in Jimmy Thillian's favour, I don't know. But they are an exciting team to watch. But they do need results. They do need to start winning. And this is the type of game, I think, a Hibernian team who want to finish third or fourth or even higher, the way the season's going, they look as if this is a winnable one for them.
Well, Hibs away at Falkirk this evening. Let's now hear from the Falkirk manager John McGlynn. He's also been chatting with Brian.
Well, John, this is a huge match tonight, is it not, for both sides? And how are you enjoying life back in the top flight once again?
No, we're loving it. It's where the club want to be. It's where we want to be. We want to be competing at this level. It's great to welcome Hibs here tonight and going to Tynecastle on Saturday, and then we've got Rangers. So it's brilliant. We were playing like Cove Rangers and teams like that previously. So we're loving it. It's a learning curve. You know, if you switch off, you're going to lose goals, and we've got to make sure that we learn very, very quickly. We're no different from anyone else who's kind of done it. So we're looking forward to the game tonight. I'm sure it's going to be a good game. Hibs are, finished third last season. They're sitting in third right now. We've got an opportunity if we win to go above them. And I'm sure it's going to be an entertaining game.
You've been very loyal to your squad, John, over the last couple of years. How important was that for you as a person to maybe give the players an opportunity to taste this level of football and maybe give them or put them in even in the shop window?
Absolutely, yeah. No, the boys have been great, so they've got us here, so why not give them that opportunity? They'll rise, hopefully they'll rise to the challenge and be Premiership players for the rest of their lives. We have better luck, if no, then obviously over a period of time we'll probably need to bring people in that's going to take us to the next level. So that's progress, and that's where we sit here right now. But the guys have been great, and I've been very, very loyal to them. At the same time, it's not as if I had a chequebook that we could have changed it anyway, any more than we have done. So, but no, I was always of the opinion that these guys have got us here and they deserve the opportunity.
In terms of ambitions, what are the ambitions then for this season? Is it just want to maintain and ensure that next season you're also a Premiership club?
I think that's the bottom line. If you are with high expectation, you would be hoping to try and compete in the middle, looking for that elusive sixth place type thing, which could be up for grabs I think we almost take it for granted that maybe the two Glasgow teams, the two Edinburgh teams, and Aberdeen and Dundee United would be thinking that they would be in that top. And you look at Aberdeen and they're maybe not where they want to be right now, and will they get up there? So maybe there's an opening, there where St Mirren have done it in the last couple of seasons. So we want to have said, recently, because we're playing St Mirren, they're a kind of benchmark. They've been up in 2018, they've been 7 years there, and now they're a team that's there. We want to be that.
Yeah, the one
football club that can do that.
Yeah, the one thing you have been is you've always been expansive and tried to go and win games. David Gray's got Hibs playing very similarly to the style, which means hopefully some goals tonight. Well, you won them at one end particularly. Yeah, of course, yeah, but I think there's no many times you come and watch Falkirk and it's no entertaining. I don't think it's going to be a dour-drab 0-0. We'll certainly be going out looking to attack, that's for sure. And I think Hibs have done a lot of their good work by counter-attacking, by soaking up the pressure, and then boom, all of a sudden Boyle and Bowie come alive, because Big Ziggy can hold the ball up and flick it on, and Martin's got the pace to kill teams as he's done. So they've formed a good partnership. It really comes from a solid base at the back. However, that solid base at the back has been a little bit broken recently. Should be, John. Well, good luck tonight. Hopefully it's enjoyable. Thank you.
Well, both managers predicting goals tonight. Let's hope they are spot on. Full commentary to come from Falkirk against Hibs. Let's get the team news from the game at Tannadice. Our reporter Tyrone Smith is there for us. Dundee United up against Aberdeen. Good evening to you, Tyrone.
Hi Kenny, it's usually an eye-catching fixture this, isn't it, when Dundee United and Aberdeen go head to head. Well, tonight though, it feels like a lot of eyes will be on the visitors here at Tannadice, particularly on their beleaguered manager Jimmy Tilleen. He's a man under real pressure, isn't he, amid a terrible start to the season. Let's just remind ourselves of how bad it's been. The bottom of the Premiership, just 1 point from their opening 4 games, a run which has also seen them fail to score. If that wasn't bad enough, the misery was compounded by a Premier Sports Cup quarter-final exit at the hands of Motherwell at Pittodrie at the weekend. A really disappointing performance. In his pre-match press conference yesterday, the manager alluded to the fact that he still has the backing of the Pittodrie power brokers, but Kenny, make no mistake, Tilleen needs to turn things round and turn them round fast. Tonight would certainly be a good place to start. As for United, well, things are very different for them after a fine season last term. The early signs anyway are that they're set for another positive one this time around. They've been scoring loads of goals, but we should also point out they've also been conceding plenty too. Nevertheless, Jim Goodwin, he'll be confident they can keep the feel-good factor alive by getting the job done tonight. In terms of the team news, to talk about the feel-good factor, United are actually naming an unchanged side for the 3rd game in a row, so they'll line up like this. Yevgeny Kucherenko in goal, a back three of Yuri Yuvu, Christian Krestes, Bert Esselink. Then the 4 in front of them, Lucas Stevenson, Vichko Savage, Panucci, Kamara and Will Ferry, and the attacking threat coming from the impressive Ivan Dolcek, Zach Sapsford and Ama Fata. In terms of Aberdeen, they make 3 changes to the side that struggled so badly against Motherwell at the weekend. In come Dante Polvara, Sivert Nielsen and Nicholas Milanovic. The players dropping onto the bench, Graham Shinnie, Adil Ushish and Topi Keskinen. So the Dons line up like this: Dimitar Mitov in goal, a back 4 of Alexander Jensen, Mats Knuster, Alfie Dorrington and Emmanuel Gyampi. The 2 sitting in front of them, Sivert Nielsen and Dante Polvara. A midfield 3 of Milanovic, Stuart Armstrong and Jesper Karlsson. And the goals, they hope that elusive first goal may well come from Kevin Nisbet. The referee for this one, Kenny, Stephen McLean. Andrew Dallas is the VAR.
Good stuff. Thanks to Tyrone Smith. Tyrone spoke a short time ago with the United manager, Jim Goodwin.
Jim, I believe it's an unchanged side you've named for the 3rd game running. That suggests a manager who's pretty happy with his lot at the moment.
Yeah, I've been really pleased with the overall performances from the team. I think we've got a bit of consistency in our play. Obviously, we've been shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit recently in terms of the goals that we've conceded, but the overall performances have been very good, which has led me to obviously pick the same 11.
Looking over the last 7 games, I think you've scored 14 goals but conceded 14 goals. If you could just tighten up a bit at the back, then things could look a whole lot better than they are at the moment, and that must be the frustrating part.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's trying to get that balance right between being a really good defensive unit but also carrying an attacking threat, and I think that's the bit that we're struggling with at the moment. We've got really good forward players. We want to play forward early. We want to get bodies up and support, but at times we've obviously been leaving ourselves a little bit open. But I have to say, a number of the goals that we've conceded of late have been mistakes. A lot of it, the Hibs goals, been well documented in terms of the 3 that we conceded there. A few goals from set plays as well. So these are areas that we think we can improve on through the week and training, and hopefully, get better at it in the big games.
It's a big opportunity tonight, isn't it, to put some real daylight between yourselves and a team, certainly during the close season, you'd have probably thought would be one of the main challenges to what you were hoping to achieve this season.
Yes, I mean, there's lots of different incentives there for everyone. There's international squads about to be picked again very shortly, and we've got a number of individuals who want to be involved in those games coming up during the break. From the team's perspective, a win here tonight, depending on what happens in the Falkirk Hibs game, could put us up into third in the table, which is, a massive incentive for the group. But, look, we're playing against an Aberdeen team that obviously, is struggling and is at the wrong end of the table as far as anybody is concerned, given the level of investment that they've had, during the summer. But, we don't look at that and think that they're a poor team. We look at the starting 11 there. It's a team full of real experience, real quality. I only need to think back to Hibs 12 months ago when everybody was talking about how poor a start they had and writing them off. I believe this Aberdeen team will click at one point. We've got to just make sure it's not here tonight against us.
I mean, do you pay a lot of attention to what's going on with Aberdeen at the moment, or is it a case of focusing yourselves, or is it beware of the wounded animal?
No, look, we treat every opposition that we face with the utmost respect, and we try and identify strengths and weaknesses, and we identify key players within the opposition that we need to try and look after and take care of. And Aberdeen have got a few very good talented individuals within their ranks, so we have to be at our best defensively to make sure that we don't allow those players to dictate the game. But no, our main focus throughout the week, 90% of that is on what we can do to the opposition. The other 10% is obviously pointing out key moments and key details to the players to be aware of.
All the best tonight.
Thanks, Tyrone.
Jim Goodwin there. Let's now hear from the Aberdeen manager, Jimmy Tillene. He's also been chatting with Tyrone.
Jimmy, 3 changes to your team. I make it for tonight's game. Just talk us through them and your thinking behind your selection for this one.
I think, first of all, some energy. We played on Saturday, so we freshen up the team a little bit, but also, of course, some of the skills they have, and try to get in this 1-against-1 situation, and also Dante with his pressing inside the box on set plays and crosses.
Just give us your general thoughts going into this one tonight.
I think the spirit and the energy is really high in the team, and everybody look forward to this game now because we have been a tough start, and they want to go out and show everybody that they are a good team and good players. So the training has been really good, and we have a big squad, so the more and more players now have the chance to contribute, but also create some stability. So we don't do too many changes, but try to get into the rhythm of the season.
Since the Cup defeat at the weekend, has it been a few days of tough talking between the players and between the players and yourself?
I think we have we make a review of the first part of the season overall, like the games, and we talk about some behaviours in difficult moments and how we help each other on the pitch, and how we run for each other to stay compact, because we need to help each other better on the pitch, and that was really clear and really good talk, and that's what we need to show today. Some of the performance have been on the right way, but then this basic, I talk about this after the last game also, about how we help each other in the duels, how we cover for each other, and how we keep the team compact in every direction, in offensive transition or defensive transition.
After those kind of honest conversations, what kind of reaction are you expecting from the team tonight?
That's why I said the energy is really good. It's clear for everybody that there's not so many things we need to fix. It's just adding these basic fundamentals. That's the thing we can control ourselves, the effort we put in on the pitch. And sometimes players run, but they need to run together as a team, and that's what we talk about this week. And so the effort, but the collective effort, and try to stay that the whole game.
I know at your press conference yesterday, I think the phrase you used was that everyone at the club's on the same page in terms of the powers above you in terms of chairman and chief executive, but it all comes down to winning games, doesn't it? And you've got to start doing that quickly, or things can change, can't they?
I think still we are working with the right focus and game by game, and of course if we never turn this around and never progress, then of course the result is always there. But right now in this moment we are everybody focused and want the same thing and working really hard and share the same ideas.
What kind of challenge do you expect from Dundee United tonight? They had a good season last season, and the early signs are that they could be going to have another good one this time.
Yeah, they've changed a little bit with more pace in the team and a little bit different how they attack. So I think it's going to be a high-tempo game. I think they've changed a little bit on their approach, how they attack the game. So let's see today.
I mean, everyone wants to win games in style and fast-flowing football, but I take it you would just take a win any way it comes at the moment, a ball bouncing off somebody's backside. If that was enough to get the win, that could be the catalyst and hopefully a turning point.
I think that, yes, exactly. Of course, important to get the points today, and the performance has to be there usually to deserve it, but sometimes also a little bit luck in the end. But you can't trust luck for a whole season, so the silly performance has to be better. But we need to get this good feeling now that we actually are a good team and can do good things on the pitch together.
All the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Jimmy Killeen there with Tyrone. Before we discuss Aberdeen, let me just give you some positive news. In the Coppa Italia tonight, Udinese 2, Palermo 1, Lennon Miller winning goal for Udinese. Great to see the Scots doing well abroad. Right, Willie, Aberdeen, this may sound very simplistic, right? But I would think, and it probably does, but I would think, see as a fan...
From my point of view, keep it as simple as possible.
We're both on the same page. But I think, well, as a fan, when your team is struggling,
yes,
you're crying out to see some passion, some anger, some emotion. I'm not sure that Aberdeen supporters are seeing much of that right now from the players or the manager. It just seems so flat.
I think, listen, that's Jimmy's personality, isn't it? I mean, he's not going to change, Kenny. This is a man. So, you know, if you're looking for that, then you're not going to get it for Jimmy. Killeen, you know, spoken to him up close. I've listened to him on numerous occasions, you know, over the last couple of seasons, and he's not going to change. And I'll tell you, I don't think he's going to change his formation or his style, and I've heard a lot of that. Why does he not go to the formula that beat Celtic in the cup final, for instance? Well, he doesn't seem to want to have that identity. He's got this way of playing, and I quite like his formation, and the fact that he puts a lot of emphasis on going forward now. Doesn't sound like that, does it? Because no goals being scored. But there is a lot of emphasis put on bringing players to the club who he thinks has got the ability to certainly create and score goals. But they just haven't really shown that in any of the games so far this season, and a number of games last season as well. So he's looking for that breakout, that win,
that spark,
a draw. Listen, you'll take a draw, Dodgy, won't you? You'll take a draw tonight.
I'm just trying to get my head round that conversation of yours and his, just like two poker faces and nothing given away. Imagine the two of them. Who's going to break first?
It'll be quite an interesting one to watch. You certainly want to film that one. I mean, we said on Saturday, Bill, you're in here with me.
A silent movie.
That's true. We said on Saturday it's a big week for Aberdeen, but see, when I watched that performance on Saturday, it didn't look like that to the players. Not one shot on target against Motherwell.
They needed something within the game, though. Obviously, was it Knuster that hit the bar?
Knuster and Devlin.
And then Devlin. They're not a team that I think they've got a lot of characters in there who are saying, right, we're going to dog our way through this. Even if we aren't playing well, we're going to win this game because we've got character. We'll just get through it. It's as if this Aberdeen team needs something to happen within the game, like Devlin's header flying in the net and they get a lift from it. That's what we'll be looking at to happen tonight. Probably Aberdeen fans will want that. United really know they have an opportunity here because they are so low in confidence, and you heard Jim Goodwin saying we can propel ourselves up the league. There's a possibility with the results going for us tonight we could end up being third, so there's no doubt Jim Goodwin's team are in a much better frame of mind than Aberdeen get into this one.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Let's bring in Ian McCall on this. Ian, Aberdeen on a really poor run of form. Tyrone went through the figures earlier on. You'll have experienced poor runs, tough times as a manager yourself. It must be so tough scratching around for anything to change the flow. Team bonding sessions, change of formation, calling the players out. just whatever it takes, you're searching for something.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the team bonding stuff, I never thought about doing that on a losing streak. I think you do that when you're winning, but that was just the way I was. Yeah, I mean, listen, the run stretches, as Willie has said, the cup final was a huge moment for Aberdeen and their supporters. He changed his whole system that day just to combat Celtic. He got a bit of fortune and won, but without that game, you know, even going back 4 months, 5 months, you know, the results and the performances. I mean, Willie was saying there he quite likes what I've watched him a few times, and for me, I think they try and overplay at the back with players that can't do that, and they've backed themselves into a bit of a maybe not a corner as much, but you know, the amount I've said before, the amount of money the big three clubs out with Celtic, Rangers, like the capital clubs in Aberdeen have spent, I've never known anything like it in my time in football, going back a long time. And Aberdeen have probably spent, I'm talking about transfer fees, you know, so he has been backed, and that puts the chief executive, the manager, I know they've changed the director of football recently, I think Stephen Gunn left, but puts him under so much pressure. But you know, Tyrone touched on it, we've all been in these runs. I know Doddsy has, I have, I'm sure Willie has, maybe not so much as a player, but maybe as a manager. You're just looking for a bit of a fluke goal. The only way out of these things is work hard. That's it. There is no key ingredient. There's no special formula. You need to keep working really, really hard and hope something falls here. And it might be a draw, and then the next week you win. It might be a clean sheet, then you win 1-0. Then the confidence starts to go. That's all it is, I think.
I've been in bad runs. Ian, as a player as well.
Yeah, well,
we just missed.
Your Aberdeen used to win most weeks, Willie.
I know we used to. We played. Who was it? Was it Hibs? We played in the last game of the season when it was I think 10 in the top tier, and we won the game to stay in the top tier. So I've felt it as a player, but I certainly felt it last season as a manager. That's for sure. And the man sitting beside me was alongside me at that time as well.
Was he any help?
I tell you what, it was with me when I was going through a hard time as well. He's like the wee guys at
my word, I bailed you out so many times.
Speaking of which, Ian, remind us of a famous new firm derby. Remind us of a famous new firm derby.
Well, listen, it's a huge Doddsy compliment. Both teams were going well. Jimmy Calder, I think we ended up finishing 4th or 5th. I left Doddsy out, and I tell you what, he was staring me daggers. 2-0 down at half time. The wee man came on and we won 3-2. It's not the first time he was wrong, and it certainly won't be the last time.
Do you maintain, Willie, right now, in terms of his job, his position, Jimmy Tilleen isn't under serious pressure? Are you still at that point?
I think he's under pressure. He's under pressure with the fans, and the fans are not happy. But I do feel that he's got the support from the chief executive and the chairman. So I still think the support is there. I really do. But he needs to turn it round. I think he will get time. I don't know how much time he'll get. Obviously, if the run goes on, then it piles the pressure onto the board and the manager, for the board to act and for the manager to possibly lose his job. But at this moment in time, he's still got the support of the board. I'm sure of that.
Well, the away section on Twitter says the reason he has not been sacked is that sacking Tilleen is an admission of project failure on behalf of Cormac and Burrows. Sacking means the project has failed. So an interesting night ahead, interesting few weeks ahead. Scottish football always has plenty of drama, always delivers a story. The action is just about to get underway. As soon as anything happens, and there'll be plenty happening, I'm sure, in the game at Tannadice, we'll bring that to you. Also some games in the Championship and the Challenge Cup tonight. We'll bring you goal news from these games as well. But our commentary match this evening comes from the Falkirk Stadium. It's the Bairns up against Hibs with Ian McCall and Thomas Duncan.
Thanks, Kenny. Incentives aplenty for Falkirk and Hibernian tonight. Both have made decent starts to their league campaign, but a win would surely ignite it. For Falkirk, a win would take them above Hibernian on 7 points and potentially into third, depending on what United do at home to Aberdeen tonight. But Hibs, for them, a win would take them on to 9 points, just 4 behind Celtic and Hearts, who they play away from home in their next 2 games. So with that in mind, David Gray's side could really do with a victory here at the Falkirk Stadium, yet to keep a clean sheet in the league. And now would be a good time to start. Falkirk looking for their first home league win of the season, and it's a packed Falkirk Stadium. 5,500 season ticket holders at Falkirk. a sleeping giant for many years. Now they're back in the big time, looking to make an impact. Hibs kick us off in their yellow away top with the green shorts and yellow socks, and immediately Jamie McGrath coming forwards into the Falkirk half and gives it to Josh Mulligan, who's got 2 Falkirk players on him and no one to pass to, and it's a good challenge from Leon McCann, and out for a throw-in to Hibs just in Falkirk territory, thrown to the feet of Chaiwa, but he dallies on the ball and then loses it. Gets it back though, pass to Bashiri at the back. Falkirk pressing intently through Calvin Miller, and Hibs have got the throw though, but you can see Falkirk starting with plenty of energy off the ball. Ian McCall just trying to make sure Hibs don't get any time to settle.
Yeah, I mean, listen, here at the Falkirk Stadium, they'll always have that. They've had that in the 2 games already. I've watched they start fast, they try and get up the pitch to compete for second balls, which is exactly what they're doing at the start of this game.
Ahora, one of the 2 changes made by David Gray from the defeat by Rangers at the weekend. He takes the throw down the line and Falkirk head it out, so Hibs gain about 15-20 yards. Ahora playing on the right of the back 3. Obita coming across the left centre half to offer an option, but goes back. Ahora to the feet of Jamie McGrath, controls it, moves towards the touchline halfway up Falkirk's half, but it's won again by Calvin Miller, who's now sprinting over the halfway line down the left hand side. Still going. Miller crosses from deep and it goes right to the back post, and McIver edge of the 6-yard box, and Williams forces the save from Salinger. Good chance for Falkirk.
Yeah, this was a great, absolutely magnificent run from Calvin Miller, and the ball at the back post was just hung up, but as soon as I saw it was McIver underneath it, I knew he was going to win it in there, and he couldn't quite stick it into the net.
Yeah, that's what he's in the team for. Ross McIver's a brilliant ball from Calvin Miller. He didn't have really any other option but to swing it in early, and it hung up there. It was difficult to defend, and then Ethan Williams on his first Falkirk start got a good connection on the edge of the 6-yard box. It was just pawed away by Salinger, who's in the Hibs goal this evening, the Austrian, preferred to Jordan Smith again, as it's played forward by McCann and out for a Hibs throw just before halfway. And Ahora tries the ball, and they stop. David Gray, I think, would speaking beforehand, you can tell he's slightly frustrated that they've not turned more of these draws in the league into victories. 3 draws and a win, yet to lose though in the Premiership, crucially, as Falkirk win the throw in. McCann takes it rather quickly, it goes back to Henderson, who goes square across the edge of his own box, and luckily Nielsen's there, but the clearance is only as far as Chaiwa, who's jostling with Dylan Tate, and he's kind of tripped a little bit and gets the free kick, passes it back to Ahora on halfway. The centre half moves it infield to Bashiri, who's back out to the right hand side. Falkirk sticking with the same shape, very compact though, as Hibs try and play through. Ahora, Chaiwa passes it straight out the park as he was looking for Mulligan.
Yeah, I mean, I think the start that Falkirk's made is just indicative of their last 2 seasons. I mean, there's at least 7 or 8 of the same players out there, and they're so used to winning. I think there's a great togetherness around them, and obviously they had a decent chance through Wilson in the first 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, they've got 6 players in their starting 11 that were in their League One winning side.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Which is quite incredible when you think about it. And they've also got Keelan Adams, who wasn't in the League One winning side, but he was playing in the Lowland League. So even more remarkable as Bashiri controls in his own box. He's pressured by Tate, goes back to Salinger in the goal, and that's where Falkirk's pressure stops for now, holding a line. Hibs struggling for a way through at the moment as Bashiri goes back to Salinger, who has to go long, and he's towards Bowie but doesn't win it, and it bounces in midfield. Williams gets a head on it out towards the far touchline, and it'll go for a Hibernian throw-in, but Hibs really yet to get any meaningful possession in the Falkirk half after 4 minutes.
Yeah, the front 4 of Falkirk are just really pressing very, very high out the pitch, and they've got 2 sitting midfielders in the back 4 are just sitting in, making it hard for Hibs to play.
Last time these sides met was 2022 when Falkirk were in League One in the Premier Sports Cup group stage, and Falkirk actually were 1-0 winners against Lee Johnson's Hibs that day. Aidan Nisbet got the winner. He's injured for Falkirk at the moment. Another one of the double title winning side as Hibs come forward, but it's passed straight through to Leon McCann, the Falkirk left back, who got the assist for Brian Graham in that defeat by St Mirren. Pass towards Miller is intercepted by Ahora. Now it's to McGrath in the centre circle, too quick for Brad Spencer, and then lays it off to Obita. Obita now to Nicky Cadden, just over halfway, and he's just trotting forwards. Ethan Williams gets across, infield to Barlasser, in for his first start for Hibernian tonight. He's moving towards the edge of the box. He's got really good championship experience with Middlesbrough and Rotherham as well. Barlasser, as Bashiri gives it to O'Hora, forward to Chaiwa, takes it out his feet, away from one. It's a bit heavy, and that's a late challenge from Leon McCann. Referee's playing advantage. It's Bowie, poor touch from him, and Henderson gets in and then gets his body in front, and Falkirk get the free kick. I think Hibs would have rather liked the free kick there rather than the advantage. So that was a late challenge, and there doesn't appear to be a yellow card forthcoming as well for Leon McCann.
Yeah, it was, but Chaiwa did well getting up. He just sprung right up, and I think he did McCann a favour there.
Diagonal free kick for Miller on this left hand side, can't take it over his shoulder. It was a really difficult one, overhit pass, and it will be a Hibernian throw in. Falkirk, such as the league at this embryonic stage, could potentially be third tonight with a win, or they could be bottom depending on if they lose and Aberdeen pick up a decent victory at Tannadice. But very tight. I'm not sure. Well, I don't know, Ian, as a manager, do you look at the league table this early on?
I mean, I think it's even more crammed than usual. I mean, there's two teams right at the top, and then the rest, I don't know, 2 or 3 points separating all of them. Here we go.
Keelan Adams chests it in the centre circle, and he lays it wide now to McIver, but it's well defended by Obita. Gets across and puts it out for a throw in on the far side. Only Celtic and Hearts have won more than one game so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's so tight. You know,
so many draws
as well. Yeah,
and that's a free kick. McGrath caught just in from the touchline there, so Falkirk had built some nice pressure there with that run from Adams, but Hibs managed to get out comfortably with a free kick and getting on with it. Bita going back to Salinger, who's come out to the left hand side of his box, plays it across his goal, and it's bobbling about. Bashiri calmly takes it round Tate, and then
is he kidding?
McIver as well. That's heart and mouth stuff for the Hibs fans behind that goal, as it goes back to Bita, but Falkirk's so effective at preventing Hibs from playing through, and there it is, given away, played into McIver, looked offside, flag stays down, saved at the near post by Salinger. His feet managed to block it, flag still down. We do have VAR, of course, but won't need to be checked.
I thought he was offside. I'm in line here, and I thought he was half a yard offside.
Yeah, we had a good position, looked clearly offside, flag didn't go up. I do have some sympathy with officials chopping and changing between games with VAR and not, like at the weekend where some didn't. Obviously all Premiership games do. We do tonight. Matthew McDermott, the man back at HQ in Glasgow. Salinger boots it long. Bowie wins the header and breaks for Chaiwa in midfield, moves it right to Mulligan, who's now one-on-one with McCann, and then he plays it into Chaiwa, made the run from deep into the box, but it's well read by Liam Henderson, who takes it across and then clears it up the left touchline. Bashiri wins the header, and then it goes back to Obita. And I think perhaps that was a sign there, Ian, that Hibs have decided they're not getting change at Falkirk, playing short, and the goalkeeper picks out Bowie.
Yeah, I mean, Hibs are just getting suffocated right now by the high press of Falkirk and the real energy they have as well.
Martin Boyle combines with McGrath, gets it back, he's drinking towards the edge of the box, still going. Martin Boyle pulls a trigger, blocked again, and then it comes to Jimmy McGrath, pass to Nicky Cadden on the left, drops his shoulder, goes on the outside, dummies the cross, then comes inside his man on the byline. Nicky Cadden drills it across, it's blocked and turned behind for a Hibs corner.
Yeah, really good play from Nicky Cadden. He's known to try and cross the ball early. That time he just carried on, he was going to cross it, cut inside and got by his man and crossed the dangerous ball. Good defending, no good positioning by Falkirk centre back.
Yeah, Martin Boyle just dropping deep, almost getting bored up there. I don't think he'd had a touch, and drops in and makes something happen straight away. The Hibs captain, with Joe Newell still out injured. Corner on the far side in front of the Kevin McAllister stand here at the Falkirk Stadium. Live on Sports on a BBC Radio Scotland Extra, BBC Sounds. Here it comes, swung in with the right boot on top of the edge of the 6-yard box, header down, and the goalkeeper, I thought that was beyond him, but he just managed to stick an arm out, Scott Bain, and collect it. Really good chance for Hibs, and now Ethan Williams has sprung on the counter, and he's got there ahead of Nicky Cadden. He's got round him, right hand side of the box. Miller's in the middle. The ball's poor, too close to the goalkeeper.
What a kick from Bain. I mean, absolutely outstanding kick right into his path. Williams did really well to get on it and get by his man. Just his final ball, was way too near the goalie.
St Johnstone have taken the lead in the Championship against Airdrieonians. Simo Valakari's men are flying as it goes up to Bowie, tussling with Liam Henderson, and knocks it back, the defender, to Scott Bain, just relishing playing football again. And the former Celtic goalkeeper, nice play at the back from Falkirk as Cartwright drops one over the top. Williams gives it the thumbs up, but it was overhit, and then Salinger goes out to Nicky Cadden, who crosses halfway, stops. He's asking for an option here. Barlasser is across. Obita gets it. Now it's Barlasser. Yet to cross halfway, Hibs, but Barlasser sends it across. Big switch of play to Mulligan on the right hand side. First touch out the sky, and then back to Hora. And it's almost like the longer Hibs take to get it forward, the more bother they get into, and it goes all the way back to Salinger, the goalkeeper, is under pressure from McIver, and he shelled it straight out the park. 0-0.
Yeah, really good pressure from McIver again. But the thing about this Falkirk team, they're dominating right now, is that they get a lot of plaudits for playing a lot of good football. There's an awful lot of movement beyond. There's an awful lot of players that like to run beyond Ross McIver or whoever the striker may be, which is great, and it creates space for others.
It was Jamie Gullen who opened the scoring for St Johnstone away at Airdrie, the championship leaders. And it's Dylan Tate on the left hand side for Falkirk. Passes it back down the line to McCann, into Cartwright, the Leicester loanee, into Tate. Lovely curling pass out to the right back, Keelan Adams. Adams up against Nicky Cadden, inside ball to Brad Spencer, the Falkirk captain. Then Cartwright to McIver, who dropped in, holding off Bashiri, and then gets it away to Dylan Tate. Dylan Tate looks up, he's got ball to his right. It was Adams, but it's a poor pass, and it goes behind for a goal kick. But good intent again from Falkirk.
It was. He'd get caught in two minds there, Dylan Tate, and I think his first thought was right. I think he was going to try and deliver a wee ball just in behind the Hibs back three for McIver and Miller to try and attack, and then play the pass that ultimately wasn't on, knocked out of the park.
Ayr United have also taken the lead. Actually, that goal went in before St Johnstone, so apologies to many Ayr United fans. Scott Brown's Ayr United 1-0 up at Neil Lennon's Dunfermline Athletic. And it was McMahon who got that goal. Scott McMahon for Ayr United, and it's square at the back, and McCann under pressure, really calm though, just knocks it back to Henderson and then Bain. And it is refreshing to see Falkirk, a side that have been used to dominating possession and getting on the ball, just you can tell they're just comfortable with it, even at the step with the step up in level. And Spencer has picked a nice pass out to the left back. McCann slides it down the line for Miller, two in front of him, has to go backwards, but then he jinks inside, gives it to Spencer, and he was looking for Williams, who tucked in the winger, but it goes straight through to Nicky Cadden. Goalless here at the Falkirk Stadium, goalless at Tannadice between Dundee United and Aberdeen. We've got Tyrone Smith there, so as soon as a goal goes in, if it goes in, I'll get an update from him, as well as of course at half-time and full-time here on Sports Sounds. Hibs coming forward up to Bowie. Brad Spencer got a foot in, but he's penalised, and Hibs have a free kick about 15 yards into the Falkirk half. Just looking at David Gray, edge of his technical area, I'm not sure he'll be too happy with what he's seen so far, albeit they did have that chance for the header from the corner.
He'll be really pleased it's nothing each, the way Falkirk started.
Absolutely. And these sides not met in the top flight, of course, since Falkirk were last in the big time in 2010. Falkirk's last win against Hibs at this level was in 2006, and Liam Craig scored the winner for them, now on the Hibs coaching staff, of course, and having gone on to play for Hibs later in his career. This is a Hibs free kick. Nicky Cadden, who we know all about his left foot, and he's ready to deliver. It's from deep, it's kind of flat, edge of the box. Bowie gets a header on it, flicks it towards goal, but it's going well off target, and Scott Bain just strides across and picks it up and rolls it out to Liam Henderson inside to Brad Spencer, and then he fires out to Keelan Adams, who's in loads of space in the right back position, and he takes it over halfway, and there's a run forward from Cartwright, and then it back to Williams, who sends across the back post. McIver goes up, gets his forehead on it, but it's not with enough power. It just goes into the turf and up into Salinger's arm. Still 0-0 between Falkirk and Hibs.
That's one of the things about Ross McIver. He's truly outstanding in there. I mean, he's probably as good in there as any player I have ever had. He just maybe lacks that killer instinct in the box to actually, make his little movements, just go and score goals. Hopefully he can learn that from Brian Graham. But great boy, but he's just magnificent there.
Yeah, and he did miss quite a chunk of last season as Falkirk won the title, but you can see why. John McGlynn loves to have him in there, links it so well. But here's Nicky Cadden crossing the halfway line for Hibs. He's made good progress. He slides it to Martin Boyle on the left hand side of the box. Boyle controls back towards the goal, and he curls across towards Bowie, gets a header on it down into the AstroTurf, and comfortable for Scott Bain.
think Henderson's looking for a foul there. I think he's got to do better. He was a wee bit bullied there from Kieran Bow, and Henderson started the game absolutely immaculately, but he get bullied there when the ball's in the 6-yard box.
Scott Bain plays it out to Keelan Adams and then gets it back. Scott Bain, 7 years at Celtic, 78 appearances, only 8 in the last 4 seasons as he played third fiddle really. John McGlynn put trust in him, experienced goalkeeper, and he did talk about how much he'd learned at Celtic in terms of playing out and things like that. As Falkirk come forward here, Adams can't quite control it. Abita takes a bit of a heavy touch, but McIver gets across to close him down, but Abita clears, and then it's played to Brad Spencer right in the touchline. He does really well to hold off a man and get the pass around the corner, and then McIver with a 1-2 with Williams, and then that was a little stray arm from Jordan Abita there. Williams hits the deck.
Well, surely the linesman would have put his flag out. It's right in front of the linesman, and he said he's not reported anything.
And the ref's given the free kick, but you could definitely see whether it's just a natural movement from Jordan Abita, he's running back, or whether he just knows what he's doing and he puts his arm out there. I'm not sure, but there was certainly an arm into Ethan Williams, and obviously the VAR will be across it, we hope. It's a free kick on the far side. The referee is Callum Scott, and Hibs holding a line on the edge of the 18-yard box. Falkirk free kick from very deep, and they go short, and it's with Miller, sends it to the back post, and Henderson stooping well off outside the goal frame, and the ball goes through to Salinger, the Hibs keeper. 0-0 between Falkirk and Hibs after just about 17 minutes. Now it's Mulligan in the right wing back position, passes it over halfway to Chaiwan. He's done well to get away from McCann initially, but the full back has recovered, forces him inside with a pass to Barlasser, pings the right footed ball over to the left touchline, controlled by Nicky Cadden. Forward for Abita, who's up from centre half. The left back is original position, of course, tucking in as on the left of the 3. Jordan Abita, preferred to Jack Iredale again, as O'Hara, the Irishman, gives it to Mulligan on the right touchline. Mulligan fires a low ball. I'm not sure that was ever going to come off, and Spencer intercepts and gives it to Miller, who jinks inside and then goes back outside, and Brad Spencer, and it's given away. Bowie picks up, and it's Jamie McGrath charging forward over the halfway line. Boyle's made a run here if he can find him. He slips it through, toe on it, but it breaks for Martin Boyle. He's into the box, he's 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, saved by Scott Bain. And now let's go to Tannadice for an update from Tyrone Smith.
Yeah, Thomas, 15 minutes gone here at Tannadice. It's Dundee United 0, Aberdeen 0. Not a whole amount to report in terms of goal mouth action. United had an early chance after just 4 minutes. Zach Sapsford did really well to get in behind the Aberdeen defence. A really dangerous low ball across the face of the Aberdeen goal, but sadly for United there were no takers. Really even start to this game. Aberdeen, plenty of balls into the box, nothing to come of them so far here at Tannadice, where it's Aberdeen, Dundee United 0, Aberdeen 0.
Well, that was a big save from Scott Bain, Ian McCall, to deny Martin Boyle.
Yeah, it was 1-1. I think Martin Boyle should give Bain no chance there. I think it's got to be a goal. It was poor defending from Nielsen, get beaten a 50-50 with Martin Boyle, and he's 1-1. He's got to just try and curl it in the far corner, but it was a good stop from Bain.
Those are the opportunities I think David Gray was talking about, as it's given away by Hibs and Williams. He's got McIver in front, of the pass is wildly overhit, I should say, and Salinger will pick up Camley in his box. Ethan Williams has looked bright.
He's a young player, isn't he?
Yeah,
a lot of young players with a lot of pace. He's really, really quick, obviously. Sometimes it's quite hard to get him to slow down and to make sure he pass the ball properly.
He's only played, I think this is only his 21st senior game. Yeah. He had a loan spell with Cheltenham last season, 19 appearances, 2 goals in League 2 in England, and this is only his second loan spell as Hibs come forward through Nicky Cadden. Cross is blocked behind for a corner kick.
Already the 2 Hibs centre midfield players, Balasser and Chiwa, they're good players. I mean, really move the ball well.
Adama Sidibe has put St Johnstone 2-0 up at Airdrieonians. It's going to take some effort to stop St Johnstone, it appears, this season in the Championship. Early days though. Hibs corner on the far side. It's still goalless here as we approach the 20-minute mark. Been a really even game, chances at both ends. The best of them probably coming from Martin Boyle through 1-on-1. McIver had one as well though. And Ethan Williams forced Salinger into a save early on for Falkirk, and here's the corner, whipped right into the 6-yard box. Henderson gets a header on it and it just drops on the far side. It must have been a Hibs head that got something on that, because it's a goal kick. 0-0.
It may have been Bowie, because Henderson is trying to get really, really tight to him in both boxes. Bowie's picking up Henderson in his own box, but I mean, it's a really good header across the goal. A Hibs player just holds his place at the near post. He's got a tap in.
Spencer out to Adams, and then infield with the pass, and then Spencer lets that run for Scott Bain. These two, of course, are familiar foes in the Championship for a time. Met plenty of times in 2016-17 as Hibs were promoted. Falkirk second in the league, Dundee United thirds. And there was the famous playoff victory for Falkirk, Bob McHugh scoring late here to deny Hibernian a place in the playoff final. Falkirk went on to lose to Kilmarnock, and Hibs went on to win the Scottish Cup. So that was a few years ago now, with Peter Houston was in charge here at the Falkirk Stadium, as Chaiwa controls the throw in just in his own half. O'Hora with a little flip forward. Mulligan's picked it up on halfway. Sliding challenge from McCann. Goes through to Boyle though. Lays it first time to Jamie McGrath, who's moving towards the edge of the box. Out to Nicky Cadden. Corner of the area. Nicky Cadden flashes it low, and it was on target. Scott Bain comfortably saves.
Yeah, listen, I think Nicky Cadden's got the better there. I mean, I thought maybe McGrath would retain another couple of yards and had a strike, but so when Nicky Cadden's got it, that's not a shot or a cross. You know, it's just in between.
Oh, and that's given away in their own box, and Bowie! My words, what a chance for Hibs, and it's gone behind. Bain saved it. Falkirk trying to play out in their own box, given away, and Kieran Bowie with a side-footed effort, and Scott Bain got a glove on it and turned it behind. It should be 1-0 Hibs.
It should be. I mean, it's a magnificent save, but Bowie should not give him a chance. I mean, he just puts his laces through in the corner. I think he tried to steer it in, and Bain's got across, and it was a wonderful save, but you know, catastrophic defending from Falkirk.
Yeah, playing out under immense duress, and the goalkeeper Scott Bain should have just gone long there, and it's a Hibs corner. Danger's not done. 22 minutes played, goalless. Again, it's on top of Scott Bain, gets gloves on it this time, punches it away. Obita, square for Cadden. Cadden back across to Barlasser, curling pass from deep, not a great one. It drops for Williams on the edge of the box. He's taken a touch and then fires it up to Miller. Obita came a long way to try and put pressure on, and he's done so successfully. Falkirk want a free kick. They're not going to get it from Callum Scott, the referee. Infield ball to Jamie McGrath, and then back to Obita. Well, Falkirk made a really good start to this game, had the better chances in the opening 10 minutes or so, but Hibs have had two really good ones in Boyle and Bowie to be ahead, and David Gray spoke about it with Brian pre-match, that he feels they're creating lots of chances and not converting them.
Yeah, and they were good chances, but it's also indicative of what Falkirk have done thus far at home. Certainly they've got to capitalise when they're on top. You know, they started the game really brightly. Really, they should be 1 or 2 down now.
Yeah, and Hibs with the territory here. They've got a throw in on the far side, just about in line with the edge of the Falkirk box. It's not going to go in. It goes short to Barlasser, who drops it into the area. Bain comes and then stops, headed away though by Falkirk, and won by Chaiwa in midfield. And then he slides it into Kieran Bowie just inside the box. Left-footed shot is blocked. Leon McCann battling and hacks it down towards halfway. Hibs starting to increase the pressure as it goes into Boyle's feet, and he turns away from one and then can't squeeze through a gap. Falkirk playing it out again, and then McCann, he's got 2 on him, takes it out to the touchline. Done really well there, Leon McCann, and then it's forwards. O'Hora controls it and then gives it to Josh Mulligan on the touchline in his own half. Josh Mulligan over halfway and then curls one to Bowie. Flag stays down for now. Kieran Bowie looked like he might be offside there. He's up to the edge of the box. Bowie across with the pass, blocked by Keelan Adams, and now the flag goes up, and you can hear what pretty much everyone in here thinks of that.
Yeah, I mean, I hate that rule, but I must admit it was tighter than it looked. Though Lewis Nielsen was a wee bit deeper than Henderson in the other centre-back position, but you know, what happens if somebody takes a shot and he hurts his hamstring and the game should have been stopped? I think it's a rule that all managers, coaches and players don't like.
Yeah, well, I think David Gray's having some words with the fourth official. I'm hearing words that he was a good bit off from those with the benefit of replays. It's up towards McIver. Bashiri wins the header though. Bowie chases down Nielsen, a man on loan from Hearts, of course, and he has to just knock it out for a Hibs throw-in round about halfway.
You just feel a Hibs goal's coming. You know, they're really getting on top. The two centre midfield players are starting to run the game. It's a critical period for Falkirk.
Obita infield to Barlasser. Oh, he's done well to get away from Tate there. Used his body nicely, and then it's into Jamie McGrath, turns and then flicks one away from Spencer, and then he slides a ball towards Bowie, but it's intercepted. Well read at the back by Nielsen. Now it's Falkirk who come forward. Ethan Williams, he stops short halfway, gets a pass in field, but it's straight to Chaiwa, and Chaiwa punches it in to Martin Boyle. He's got a bit of space to run at the Falkirk defence here. He's up to the edge of the area, tries to look for Bowie, and then Adams takes a touch and he stayed calm and strokes it out for a throw-in over on the far side. 0-0.
Yeah, Hibs are really dominant now. They're getting on the ball in midfield. There's good movement ahead of them. Bowie's just not really got his touch going yet. He's had 2 or 3 little loose touches, but you feel it's a matter of time.
Yeah, Falkirk now the one struggling to get out their own half, and it's going to be a Bita. This time he's going to throw it into the Falkirk penalty area. Here it comes to the near post. Won by Falkirk, then Nicky Cadden tries to send it back in, appeals for handball against Williams, nothing given on the pitch, and then a little fired ball in towards Bowie, couldn't take it under his spell, and it goes through to Scott Bain. Falkirk 0, Hibs 0.
Yeah, he tried to do a little turn there, one touch turn, they just ran away from him. There's an opportunity if he was able to do it to get a strike at goal.
Cartwright controls in midfield, and he's gone with a big switch out to the right hand side. Williams can't get there, won by Cadden, drops for Keelan Adams though, and suddenly Falkirk do have some field position. Adams takes out to the far touchline, back to Spencer doesn't see an obvious option, but then finds Adams, who peels out to the touchline. Back to Spencer, rolls it with the studs, and then curls the ball into the box. Miller couldn't gather. It's a difficult one with his back to goal, and now Josh Mulligan is going to launch a counter attack, and this is where he's dangerous. The referee has stopped play here, and they're going to check for this handball, I think, against Ethan Williams, and see whether Hibs may be getting a penalty here, and he's being called over to the monitor on the far side, the referee Callum Scott. So this doesn't look good. You
have to see from here, you know, but it absolutely went really quickly at the lad. It'll be harsh if it's given. His arms might be up though. It's right at the far end of the stadium.
His arm did look up from here, but it's whether proximity and all the rest of it, does he make his silhouette or body unnaturally bigger, in terms of what you would expect his body to do in that position. And we saw, of course, Hibs given a penalty when, according to the incident panel, they shouldn't have been against Dundee United in the 3-3, and then they were on the other side of VAR against St Mirren with their equaliser. What's going to the decision here? So it looks like Callum Scott over the monitor, so the ball, I think, does hit the arm and then hits his left arm and then goes onto his face. So Callum Scott's having a really good look at this over on the far side, puts the whistle to the lips, and they are going to give this, I think. Callum Scott, penalty Hibs. The home fans are irate, they're furious, but Ethan Williams has been penalised for handball, and Hibs are going to get the opportunity, 28 and a half minutes played, to take the lead here.
I mean, I felt a goal was coming. I think it was inevitable, but I didn't expect it to come like that. I'd like to see that back. It took a while, the ref, but obviously then's given it.
He did indeed, and it's going to be Martin Boyle. It was Jamie McGrath who took it for the equaliser late on at Easter Road against Dundee United. McGrath's 20 for 22 in his career from the spot. Missed one last season for Aberdeen against Rangers. They won that game anyway, 2-1 up to Tawdry. But it is Martin Boyle, the Hibs standing captain, who's placing the ball on the spot now, and the chance to give Hibernian the leads. Boyle shrugs the shoulders. The referee telling Scott Bain to make sure he doesn't encroach off his line. It is Martin Boyle, steps up, right footed, and it's into the corner of the net, and Hibernian take the leads. And after a bit of a shaky start from David Gray's side, they've responded really well, and from the penalty spot, Martin Boyle tucks it away and makes it Falkirk 0, Hibernian 1.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't start the game well the first 10, 12, 15 minutes, but they've had two brilliant chances before the penalty with Boyle and Bowie, and the goal was coming, and you can't say they don't deserve their lead. I think they're starting to be dominant in the middle of the pitch, and obviously they've got threats in the forward areas.
Let's get an update from Tannadice from Tyrone.
Yeah, 27 minutes gone here at Tannadice, and it's still Dundee United 0, Aberdeen 0. I have to say though, since we last spoke, the hosts have taken a bit of a grip on things here, and just a few moments ago they went really close. It was Zach Sapsford, he picked the ball up just about 10 yards out. His low shot took a wicked deflection, which Dimitar Mitov did really, really well to get down to, get some fingers to, and tip it out for a corner. But it's still Dundee United 0, Aberdeen 0.
And here it is, Falkirk 0, Hibernian 1. Martin Boyle's penalty after half an hour. The difference after Williams was penalised for blocking a cross with his arm. We've not seen a replay up here, but I'll get obviously everyone's thoughts on that more closely at half time. Hibs, after a bright start from Falkirk, have hit the front here, and as Ian McCall has described it, it kind of almost sums up Falkirk this season a lot of the time, is make a good start and then just can't quite find the breakthrough that's so crucial. They are coming forward here though, as Keelan Adams makes a run. Good defending from Nicky Cadden, and he clears it up the left touchline. Cartwright's there, gives it to Tate. Tate back to Cartwright. Cartwright back to Liam Henderson, just edge of the centre circle in his own half. Goes to Nielsen. Nielsen out wide, and Falkirk having to come from behind at home again. It's back to Nielsen, square to Henderson. Martin Boyle closing down Henderson, but he's done well to drive through the middle of the Hibs forwards, and then he chips the ball out towards Ethan Williams, takes a bounce, and Williams controls it with the right foot, flashes across, takes a deflection, edge of the 6-yard box off the top of the Hoda's head. Miller heads it down and Salinger claims it.
Yeah, but it was a really, really dodgy bounce that took it. I mean, it fooled McIver and Bashiri and just didn't fall for Calvin Miller at the back post, but nice delivery into the box.
It was indeed from Ethan Williams. Bowie gets a side foot on that as it went up to him direct, and then he's got it again here. Obita now on the touchline, closed down by McIver, but he does well to wriggle out of that situation and goes back to Raphael Salinger, closed down by McIver. Now Bashiri knocks it in front of himself and passes it to Ahura. Is peeled out to the right touchline, up to Bowie, surrounded by three, gets a touch and then offloads to Chaiwa, then into McGrath in midfield. He's moving up the Falkirk half, out to Nicky Cadden on the left hand side. He's running at Keelan Adams, goes on the outside, left footed cross, controlled on the edge of the 6-yard box by Henderson. Camley done as he hits it away, then the strike from distance from Barlasser goes a good few yards wide of Scott Bain's right hand post. 1-0 to Hibs.
Yeah, it was a really clean strike there, but I mean, I think the game is in midfield is Barlasser and Chaiwa now. They're actually running the game. I mean, some of their passing and their moving it's been excellent in the last 10-15 minutes.
And I thought Dylan Tate had picked up a little injury there, former Hibernian player of course. He only ever made one appearance for the first team, as it's played long by Cartwright. Picked out Miller, he's come off the top of his head there, Miller, but he goes after the seconds. He looks like he's won a throw off Mulligan, and it's decent work from the Falkirk winger. And then on they go, McCann to Tate on the left touchline. Tate comes in the field, low pass to Adams, who's in the central midfield area, and flicked it back to Adams, who's made a good run, low cross, blocked, and then Hibs can't prevent the corner, so a chance for Falkirk to respond here. 33 played.
Yeah, it's really good play again. I mean, going forward, not a problem, and they get bodies forward. Ross McIver, as you've noticed, he'll never be isolated. There's always players getting close to him.
They go short to Miller, and it's back now to Tate. Really dangerous cross, and Cartwright goes up. Salinger's underneath it at the second attempt, and it remains Falkirk 0, Hibs 1. Here, live on Sport Sounds. Goalless at Tannadice for now between Dundee United and Aberdeen. St Johnstone 2 up at Airdrie in the Championship, and Ayr are 1-0 up against Dunfermline as well in the Championship, as Chaiwa picks a pass to Mulligan. Mulligan pings a right-footed pass out to Nicky Cadden, who just crosses the threshold of halfway. He's slowed down, waiting for support. He gets an overlap from Obita, but he goes to Chaiwa, who's always showing for it in midfield, and then he switches it to Boyle on the right-hand side. Boyle comes infield initially, looked to go outside, then gives it a 1-2, and then McCann goes down and managed to get his body in the way, and it runs for a goal kick. So Martin Boyle's first Premiership goal of the season from the penalty spot. The difference between the sides here at the Falkirk Stadium, and a win would be massive for Hibernian. It would be just their 4th in 13 games this season. Still plenty to do. It would be their 2nd league win. Not one at Easter Road this season. And they're away tonight, of course, and then away to Celtic and Hearts in their next 2. Henderson to Leon McCann. McCann into Spencer. Spencer to Cartwright. Nice stuff from Falkirk as they build out from the back. Out to Keelan Adams. Just shy of halfway. Then Cartwright. Cartwright back to Nielsen. Into Spencer. And into Miller, who's tucked in from the left wing, but McCann's overlapped, and it is now McCann who takes it in from the touchline and back to Liam Henderson. And you do, as Ian said, you get a really good vantage of the movement from Falkirk in terms of up here, just seeing guys making runs. They don't always get the ball, but they're not standing still as Falkirk battle with it. Williams has done well on the right hand side of the box. Sliding challenge from Nicky Cadden. Referee's happy with it. The Falkirk fans are in. Through to the goalkeeper. Not sure what I made of that one.
No, I don't think there was a lot in it, to be honest, and the Falkirk players haven't complained that much, which sometimes tells its own story.
Yeah, absolutely. O'Hora launches it forward. Bowie right on top of Henderson, but he's done really well, Henderson. Into Miller. Miller to Spencer. Player of the year in the Championship last year as Falkirk won the title, Brad Spencer, and he sprays it out to Keelan Adams. Adams into Spencer. Falkirk number 8 and captain goes out to Williams on the right touchline. He's running at Cadden. Comes in on the left foot and back to Spencer. Spencer edge of the box out to Adams. Fizzes it in, but Williams was almost in the way there, and then it breaks back for Spencer, who lifts it over to Leon McCann. Miller is pushed out towards the touchline and receives the pass. Miller, low cross, blocked behind, Falkirk corner.
Really good play though, probing play. They're patient, and it didn't happen on one side of the pitch. Couple of passes over the other side of the pitch to win a corner.
8 minutes plus stoppage time to half time. It is Falkirk 0, Hibernian 1. Martin Boyle's penalty the difference. Live on Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland Extra, BBC Sounds, and online. Calvin Miller ready to take this corner kick. Drills it past the penalty spot, and Williams was lining up the volley, but Nicky Cadden got a little touch on it to take it away from him, and then Cadden's fetched it right on the line out on the far side. Cadden infield to Jamie McGrath, away from McIver, and then back to Obita. And that was a crucial touch from Nicky Cadden.
It was.
Williams, well, it would have been a difficult effort, let's be honest, but you just never know. As Mulligan looks for Boyle, poor pass, it curled inwards. Boyle wanted it down the side of the box as Spencer carries it forwards into the feet of McIver. Brilliant little touch away from his man, but then the pass is poor.
He's just got to, it was a great first touch, just link with the full back and move, and he's trying to play a pass forward, into the wide right. It really wasn't on.
Yeah.
I mean, Williams is doing okay, he's making some decent runs, but he just sometimes needs to slow down a little bit, I think.
Yeah, in to replace Scott Arfield in John McGlynn's team this evening. Ethan Williams, first start for Falkirk. He did tour with Man United pre-season. 19-year-olds. As we've mentioned, though, not a great deal of first-team experience other than a loan in League Two at Chesterfield last season. Here is Lewis Nielsen on loan from Hearts. Arrowed ball looking for Williams, but he's overhit it, and it's through to Salinger, who controls it, and Hibs in no rush, heading towards half time. Salinger waits for McIver to approach and picks up the ball. Little pocket of Hibs fans over on the far sides, of course reduced allocation given just how many season tickets Falkirk have sold this season. Mulligan into Chaiwa and hits off a Falkirk player for the Hibs throw, about the halfway point of the Falkirk half. 6 minutes to the break.
Really interesting battle up front. Well, defensively, Henderson against Bowie. They're really going at it, the two of them.
Yeah, for Scotland under 21 teammates of old, the two of them, as Warren O'Hora holds the ball above his head, ready for this throw-in, and he's stolen a couple of yards, as they always do. Throws it down the line, and Cartwright leaves it for Spencer to clear towards McIver, tussling with Bashir. He looked like he was grappled there, and indeed he was. Free kick to Falkirk.
Yeah, good play by McIver. Good play. He wins the free kick. He got his layoff away as well.
Fired into the feet of Tate. Did say he has a point to prove as an ex-Highby. He was speaking this week saying I think he'd had 5 managers in about 2 years, so when he was at Hibs never really got settled. Had a loan at Wraith Rovers among others when he worked with John McGlynn. As Scott Bain lashes it forward straight to Bashiri, who clears it first time with the left foot towards Boyle. Touch in fields. It's cleared by Spencer. Obita out to Nicky Cadden. Good use of the body to send the onrushing man the wrong way, and Salinger controls right in the 6-yard box, pings it to Mulligan. First time flick forward for Bowie, who takes a shoulder from Brad Spencer, then goes back towards his goalkeeper, and Bowie's going to go after that, and Bain just got there in the nick of time, and he's caught by Bowie there, and Bowie puts the hands up to say apologies, my momentum took me that way, but the referee is going to caution him.
I think that was a total accident. I really do, and I think Bain will be up pretty quickly. I don't think Bowie meant it at all. I don't think there was any intent.
Yeah, look, when you watch Kieran Bowie, that's just how he plays. He runs about full tilt, his hair going everywhere, and I just think he couldn't stop himself there. And credit to Bain, it was really calm play at the back just to clip it.
Well, not so much credit the rolling about, and now he's up absolutely fine.
No, all part of the fun these days, isn't it? As it goes out to Adams on the touchline far side. Falkirk 0, Hibernian 1, 4 minutes to the break at the Falkirk Stadium. And it's out to the far sides. Bowie caution for reckless play, so not in control of his body basically. It's the caution as Henderson fires it into Miller. Looked to spin, but O'Hora won it. Now into McGrath. In Falkirk territory, done brilliantly to get away from Cartwright, and McGrath finds Boyle wide right in the box, back to McGrath, shot from Bowie blocked, McGrath back to goal, lovely turn, Jamie McGrath makes it 2-0.
Outstanding.
What a brilliant finish that is from Jamie McGrath, and he takes a bow, and well he might, because he's finished with aplomb there, and he's put Hibernian firmly in control of this game. It is Falkirk 0, Hibernian 2, 3 minutes to the break.
Yeah, listen, it was a really nice cross from Boyle. You know, it came to Kieran Bowie. He's had a good effort at goals, came back to him. But the McGrath one, and he sold the dummy. I think he sold about 3 players the dummy there. Brought it back on his right foot and just tucked away in the right corner. I mean, I'm not saying there's a gulf in the two teams, because I think Falkirk have played well. But you just feel Hibs are just that step above.
Yeah, and almost, is it too simple to say it comes down to both boxes at the end of the day?
Yeah.
Hibs just with that quality. You look at Boyle and McGrath either side of Bowie.
McGrath's been excellent as well.
He has. He's such a clever player, isn't he? As Tate drops it, looking for Williams, as Falkirk looked to hit back before the break, and it's out to Mulligan. Mulligan controls, carries over halfway. He's got Tate in front of him, but he's running away from him. McCann supports the defensive effort. Mulligan's still going. Squeezes the pass to Chaiwa, and a sliding challenge from Spencer, and he's caught by Chaiwa. Falkirk free kick.
Yeah, you saw Mulligan's power there. You know, he's taking the ball out the pitch 40-50 yards. I said before, I prefer him playing in the middle three, but he'd still do a really good job at right wing back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying it's the game that convinced Hibs to sign him, but I don't know if you remember the 4-1 at Dens when David Gray was really struggling.
Under pressure.
Yeah, and Mulligan was absolutely unplayable that night at right wing back. He just went down the right hand side time and time again, as Bain goes forwards, Spencer's header forwards, and Chaiwa gets some touch on it, not the one he wanted. Breaks for Falkirk in midfield. Spencer out to Keelan Adams in the centre circle. 1 minute to the break, and I think we're going to have 2 added at the end. Adams chips the ball into the box. O'Hora glancing header away. Falkirk have it left corner of the area through Dylan Tate. McCann's made the run there. If he can find him and he lays the pass, he's asked a lot of McCann, but he is going to get there, and he stands it up to the back post. McIver's header comfortable for Salinger, and let's get an update from Tannadice from Tyrone Smith.
42 minutes gone here at Tannadice. Still Dundee United 0, Aberdeen 0, but United really should be in front. They had a terrific opportunity just a few minutes ago. Zach Sapsford, he played the the ball through to Ivan Dolček. He found himself one-on-one with the Aberdeen keeper Dimitar Mitov, who was up to the task and did really well to block the United player's effort here at Tannadice, where it's Dundee United 0, Aberdeen 0.
Falkirk 0, Hibs 2 here. We're just about to enter the 2 minutes of added time. Boyle and McGrath, the scorers for Hibernian. Boyle from the spot as Spencer plays it to Lewis Nielsen. And the 2 minutes are indicated from the fourth official. Leon McCann takes it inside Josh Mulligan and offloads to Liam Henderson. Henderson up to halfway, knocks it to Tate, who takes it on a run, but immediately Kieran Bowie is back, blocking his path. Forced back to Henderson, now Cartwright. Across to Nielsen. Nielsen steps well into the Hibs half, out to Ethan Williams. Away from Cadden, cross is blocked, and then there's McIver and he scored! Falkirk have one back in first half stoppage time. Brilliant work from Williams down the right. McIver followed it in, could not miss. Falkirk 1, Hibernian 2.
I mean, Falkirk spent the first half trying to release Williams down that right hand side. Ball's in behind, he got it to feet. He absolutely, it's old-fashioned wing play. He skinned the full-back and he's drilled a great ball in from a great area. And Ross McIver, terrific run across his marker. Good finish, but couldn't really miss.
Yeah, he was where you want your number 9 to be. Just inside the 6-yard box. Stroked it home. And that is a priceless goal for Falkirk, because they were heading for the sheds 2-0 down. And that just brings this place back to life, as Hibs' hopes of a first league clean sheet of the season disappear with that Ross McIver goal. It'll be a source of great annoyance to David Gray as Hibs send it long, and McGrath and Falkirk collected. There's been a goal at Tannadice, Tyrone.
Yeah, you can probably tell by the cheers it's gone to the home side as well. It was a long throw into the Aberdeen box by Will Ferry. The Aberdeen defence couldn't deal with it. The ball eventually fell to Ivan Dolček, and he did the rest, burying a nice crisp low shot low into the net from 11 yards out. It's Dundee United 1, Aberdeen 0.
Here come Falkirk, and that was a ball right across it. The offside flag has eventually gone up. Ivan Dolček, what a season he's having already. 5 Premiership goals for Dundee United.
That one was literally 5 yards offside before he put his flag up.
Well, there is the half-time whistle. Well, the game looks slightly different than it did a few moments ago. Hibernian were 2-0 up and in control of this game. On the half-hour mark, Ethan Williams penalised for a handball, blocking a cross after a VAR check. Martin Boyle stepped up calmly, put it into the right-hand corner to give Hibs probably a deserved lead at that stage. And then a brilliant second goal just 3 minutes before half-time. Jamie McGrath in the box, superb dummy to shake off about 3 Falkirk players, and then he put it in the far corner. Hibs looked well in control, and for all Falkirk's decent play, they were 2 goals down, but luckily for them, just in first half stoppage time at the end there, brilliant wing play from Williams to somewhat redeem himself for the handball. Goes down the outside, cross across the 6-yard box, and Ross McIver was there to finish from close range. So this game very much alive. Half time at the Falkirk Stadium. It is Falkirk 1, Hibernian 2.
The Scottish Premiership.
Live on Sports Sound.
Scottish football lives here.
On BBC Radio Scotland. Europa League football is back, and it's live on Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland. Tomorrow, Celtic visit Serbia to face Red Star Belgrade. On Thursday, Rangers host Belgian side Genk. Listen tomorrow and Thursday at 6 on digital radio, or ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Scotland Extra.
You're listening to Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland. A commentary match this evening has reached half-time. Falkirk 1, Hibs 2. Falkirk with a lifeline right in the stroke of half-time. We'll go to Tannadice in a couple of minutes' time. We got that big goal update from Tyrone Smith. Dundee United 1, Aberdeen 0. Ivan Dolček right on the stroke of half-time. 2 games in the Scottish Championship this evening. Airdrie 0, St Johnstone 2. Jimmy Gullen with the opener on 9 minutes. Adama Sidibe on 19 minutes. Ayr United 1-0 up away at Dunfermline. Scott McMahon on 9 minutes. Right, we'll get to Tyrone Smith in just 1 minute's time. Also some games in the Challenge Cup this evening. Alloa 1, Kilmarnock B 0, Annan Athletic 2, Rangers B 2, Clyde 1, East Fife 0, Cove Rangers 0, Hibs B 0, Dumbarton 3, Kelty Hearts 3, Forfar 1, Aberdeen B 0, Inverness, Cali Thistle 3, Dundee B-side 0, Peterhead 0, Elgin City 1, Queen of the South 2, Hearts B 0, Spartans 0, Dundee United B 0, Stennismuir 1, East Kilbride 0, Stirling Albion 1, Montrose 2, Stranraer 2, Motherwell B 0. So we'll get back and get more from Ian and Thomas at our commentary match, that one at the Falkirk Stadium, 2-1 to Hibs there. But let's get to the game at Tannadice. I think we can hear the United fans in the background there, Tyrone, and more woe for Jimmy Tillene's Dons.
Yeah, Kenny, at the break here at Tannadice, it's Dundee United 1, Aberdeen 0 after a relatively quiet start to the game. It was the home side who took control a fair bit, and they created the game's first real chance midway through this first half. The lively Zach Sapsford, he got the ball in the box, cut inside, and his low shot took a wicked deflection which produced a terrific save from Dimitar Mitov, who did really, really well to get down and tip it round the post. But Esselink then headed just over from the resultant corner from a few yards out. He might well feel actually he should have done a whole lot better with that. United had another great opportunity when the very lively Sapsford, he played in Ivan Dolchek, who found himself one-on-one with Mitev, who again did really well to block the winger's effort. But Dolchek wasn't to be denied. As the interval approached, the ball fell to him in the box, and from 10 yards out he drilled a powerful low shot into the net to break the deadlock. Chances were few and far between, it has to be said, for Aberdeen, although they did muster one, their only one actually, on the half hour when Jesper Karlsson's 25-yarder stung the palms of Kucherenko in the United goal. They'll need to offer a whole lot more here if they're going to turn things round at Tannadice, where at the interval it's Dundee United 1, Aberdeen 0.
Thanks to Tyrone Smith. So let's focus on United first of all. Billy Dodge, we spoke before the game. There's a fair bit of optimism around Tannadice right now. The general feeling is Jim Goodwin has recruited well, and every time I've looked up at this game, United seem to be having the better of it.
They've created the best chances. Could have been ahead, could have been a couple ahead. Well, could have been a couple ahead, sorry, they are ahead. They have been the better team for me, Kenny, and that comes with that feeling about the club. He has recruited well. He had his troubles early on, Jim Goodwin, especially when we looked at the Strasser game and they weren't functioning, but he's brought them all together, they've gelled, given them a bit of time, and they really look the part now. And Dolchek, he's had a great season, it's a fine finish, but they had chances before that. Fata right for the start when the ball's across the goal, Sapsford with a shot that Mitov had to save, Esselink a header just after that was glanced past the post. Dolchek had a 1-on-1, and eventually Dolchek scores. And Tyrone's right, the only effort that Aberdeen had was Karlsson, a long range strike that Kucherenko, he just beated it away. That's been it for Aberdeen, not enough. Willie will touch on them, but as far as Dundee United at home, with a chance, with Hibs winning they'll probably go fourth, but with a great chance to really propel themselves up that league. They're doing all they have to do just now. They're ahead, they should be more ahead, and they look as if they could go on and get 3 points, not unless Aberdeen do something drastic.
Yeah, just looking at the live table, Willie, so Hibs, who are in front away at Falkirk, their third spot, 9 points. Dundee United would move up to fourth on 8 points. Just looking further down the table, actually Falkirk slipped to 11th. There's 3 clubs on 4 points as things stand. Aberdeen 1 point at the bottom of the table. Willie, again, I go back to what we touched on at the start of the programme. It just all looks a bit flat, a bit lacking in ideas, doesn't it, from the Dons?
Oh, without doubt, very little creativity. The way Jimmy Tillene sets his team up and puts them out, now you've actually got 2 attacking minded fullbacks. It's not as if they're trying to sit back, they're trying to frustrate Dundee United, but you're getting very little from these 2 fullbacks pushing up and looking at it, and looking at the chance that Dolchek had. The two fullbacks are away forward the park. There's a huge gap between the left centre back and the left back, and Dolchek's in. He should have scored. So yeah, there was no problem with Dundee United being in the lead. They deserve it. They had that. That was a big chance, and they should have taken it. They didn't, and they've scored a wonderful goal. I mean, the volley from Dolchek was first class.
He's weaker foot.
He's a good player, isn't he?
Yeah. So I don't think Aberdeen can have anything to complain about in terms of the scoreline. They've had nothing up front. You're looking at Carlson. Okay, he's had the shot. It's a long range shot. That's been their only real effort. Milanovic has done very little. Polvara has been non-existent. Nisbet has, I can't even remember him touching the ball. In fact, I think his best work was in the box, his own box, when he cleared one.
That's right.
When he was under a little bit of pressure. And you've got Armstrong, he looks okay, carries the ball, and he's a good player, good experience, but not enough. And Nielsen's just sitting in the midfield. So you're like, if you're an Aberdeen fan, you're looking for some signs. Some signs that they actually know the way to go. They know how to, well, in this case, they know how to get back into the game. And from the start, they actually know how to put the opposition under pressure by creating opportunities and at least having a semblance of looking that they might be a danger in the opposition box, and there hasn't been any.
I don't know about you, Will, and it leads into what you're saying. You're right, the fullbacks getting caught. I don't think, as a team now, looking at that game, they're trusting one another. I think they turn over possession. When they were caught forward, Aberdeen were in possession and Dundee United steal it. That's why they've been caught. They're maybe not shown. As striker, you're saying Nisbet's hardly touched the ball. The midfield don't look capable enough of retaining it to bring in fullbacks and be comfortable in possession to find them, and they're scared of the turnover, and they're getting caught out of possession time and time again. I just think that runs into the confidence factor. Where they are in the league, they're going to need a win to get some confidence, and then they'll start retaining possession better than what they're doing in this game. But every time they're in possession, I don't think they trust one another, and when they do and get themselves into forward position, the possession's given away and they're caught every time.
Right, let me ask you this as former players, using the words trust and confidence. Sometimes, and we know, and Will, you spoke about how rigid the manager is with the system. Sometimes as a player, looking, asking questions to the manager, when are we going to change this? This is not working. Can you question a manager over stuff like that?
I think if you've got experienced players there and players that have been for some time, then you can question the manager about it. But he hasn't ventured away from that setup, that system. He hasn't, apart from the cup final. So I don't think that questioning him is going to make him change his mind. Actually, what I would be questioning if I was a centre back is, why are my two full backs way up the park when we're away from home? And the last thing we want to do is give the opposition any hope at all and leave any space to be exploited. And the two centre backs are being exposed now. United have got three forwards. Yeah, so you would think
Nielsen's got to sit if the full backs are away, and he's not doing that either. So there's definitely confidence, there's definitely trust. That comes to the manager. What do you do with the formation, Kenny? I would throw back to you. Do you go and play a more expansive formation, which is a 4-4-2 or a 3-5-2, or do you go back to your cup final one, 5-4-1, and away from home play counter-attack football? But they don't look capable of playing counter-attack football. It's probably their best hope, but they don't look capable of doing that, because as soon as they nicked it and players go forward and try and counter-attack and sprint forward, they look as if they'll give away possession, so they're going to get caught anyway. Now people might say, yeah, but they'll still have three centre halves and you've got maybe a sitting or two sitting midfielders, and that lets people spring forward. Maybe. But if they get beaten with going back to a cup final formation against a team where they should be thinking, well, we should be the same as them, if not dominating them, especially after the money that Aberdeen have spent.
Yes.
So it's a naughty one for the manager. They can't change formation and go defensive counter-attack, and they might have to at some point, but against these type of teams, I think the Aberdeen fans are expecting wins, 3 points, keeping better possession, playing a part in the game, which they've not done so far. I think the only time, and then if you go 4-4-2 or 3-5-2 and you get exposed even more, they're in a conundrum just now, Aberdeen, how to get those best results.
But they're not getting enough out of the players that they've brought in, Carlson and Milanovic in particular. You're bringing in Carlson, who has got a decent reputation, went for big money. He comes over with a kind of a high status that you'd expect them to be able to do something special on the field of play. Same with Milanovic as well, but they've done nothing tonight. They haven't created any problems for the Dundee backline at all. And they're supposed to be the type that will cause defences problems, but they don't. And then of course you've got Nisbet, who's getting not. I mean, he's had no service whatsoever. He's had no crosses into the box. He's had no support from the midfield either. So you can't really point the finger at him and say he could do more.
You've got to dominate possession, don't you, when you're wanting these players in the game? You've got to be guys getting about, winning tackles. Even if you go back to your centre halves, building from there, dominating possession so that your wingers can get into it, your striker will go and show a little bit, but they're not dominating either to get their forward thinking players into it.
No, but it's the other three midfield players, Dodgy, for Aberdeen. I know we're talking a lot about Aberdeen, and we've got to say that United have had
deserved.
They've played well. Absolutely, United. They look a good unit. They're well organised. They're disciplined, and they've got a bit of quality up front. And their build-up play has been excellent. As far as Aberdeen's concerned, you're looking at the midfield three: the Armstrong, Pavara, and Nielsen. And I don't know. You've got to get midfield players on the ball, and they don't look as though they know how to get on the ball. I think Armstrong has done it probably at the highest level, but that's not been a high level, unfortunately. Nielsen, I don't know what he's doing out there, to be perfectly honest. I think if you're looking at it, I think you make a change there.
No mobility.
No, none at all. And even like somebody like Palaversa could come on younger and much more forward thinking. So a lot of work to be done at half time and the second half.
Yeah, United thoroughly deserving of their victory there. Ian McCall is alongside Thomas Duncan at the Falkirk Stadium. I mean, it's been an exciting game there. I think we all predicted goals, certainly both managers did, and no wonder we've seen. There actually should have been more goals, Ian, because I was watching Willie's head in here when some of that defending, particularly that Falkirk. I mean,
the one that Bowie should have scored.
Why did they do that?
Listen, I don't know. I mean, the game is going to be has become really, really good because of what happened in the 44th minute.
Yes.
Because it looked like Hibs were going to run away with it there and go and score the third and then fourth. Ethan Williams, they've been trying to get Ethan Williams in down the left hand side, over the top, down the side of the left centre back and the wing back the whole half. If they tried it once, they tried it 7 times. It was actually a bit, he got the ball to feet, old fashioned wing play, a bit like at Firhill on Sunday.
Yeah.
Went by his guy brilliantly, crossed a great ball in the box, and and there's McIver making a game of it. You've got to still fancy Hibs. They're 3 midfield players, Kenny. I tell you what, they look tidy.
Yeah, listen, it's a really good game, really enjoying it. Let's get back to our corner team. Don't forget, we'll keep you updated on all the events at Tannadice United with the noses in front against Aberdeen. It's Falkirk against Hibs. That's our commentary game with Ian and Thomas.
Thanks, Kenny. No changes for either side. Falkirk getting ready to kick off, shooting from left to right towards the Kevin McAllister end here at the Falkirk Stadium. That goal from Ross McIver, so key for them. Give them a lift going into the changing room, having played pretty well for at least 10-15 minutes and sporadically threatened thereafter as Spencer kicks off and goes all the way back to Scott Bain, and it's this kind of playing for territory that a lot of teams have been doing these days as Bain goes long. 1-0 by O'Hora, and McIver controls. 2 league goals now for him, having scored in the defeat by Livingston. And comes forward to Boyle, plays it inside to Bowie. Boyle looked offside here, flag's going to stay down for now. It's Martin Boyle, and he goes down looking for the penalty, and the offside flag does go up. He did look very much offside, Ian.
It was 3 yards offside. He could have held his run though. I mean, Bowie was always going to play into that, but the thing is, if he hadn't went early, probably wouldn't have got the end of it, but he was clearly offside. If he hadn't been offside, stonewall penalty.
Yeah, for those listening at home, it's we are right in line with that. You can see it a mile off. It's obviously just the delay in the flag going up. So there was never going to be any penalty decision made because of the early run from Martin Boyle. So as you were, Scott Bain clears downfield from the edge of his own box. Bashiri's header up to halfway. Bowie goes up and then gave Keelan Adams a little nudge, but the referee was too wise for it and gives the free kick to Falkirk. Now Nielsen, high ball, under hit though, headed into midfield, and McGrath picks it up, chests it to Chaiwa and Barlasser. Chaiwa spins and gives it to O'Hora, fires it into Mulligan on the right touchline, and then looking for the run of Boyle, that well read by Henderson, intercepts and gives it to Miller, and tackled by Chaiwa out for a throw on the far side. What would have been the message from John McGlynn, do you think, at half time, Ian?
Well, it would have been very different because of what happened in the 44th minute. I mean, they had a mountain to climb, but keep trying to get in behind, keep trying to get in that area that they tried so many times. Maybe try and use the left side a little bit more, but when you're playing out from the back, tied it up.
Yeah. Throw in just over halfway into Till and Tate, first time return, and then a switch out to Keelan Adams. Hibernian started the night in third and on course to pull away somewhat. Well, Dundee United winning will be just behind them on 8 points as it stands. Keelan Adams tussling with Obita, and it goes behind for a goal kick. No free kick. And the Falkirk fans, we had a second look at that penalty at half time, Ian. What did you make of it?
I thought it was so harsh. I mean, these days it might be a penalty, but I've no idea where the boys want to put his arms. I mean, to be honest, they were a bit high, but it was rattled at him from about 2 yards. So, I mean, these days it probably is a penalty, but for me, no, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's that thing. He basically is putting his hands up as almost in a reaction because he knows he's going to get pelted with the ball.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I don't know what you're really supposed to do as a player, but his left arm was up and it did strike it, so maybe the referee had no option. I don't know, but I don't know where we're heading with this handball rule. Who would be a player or certainly a defender these days with the way the rules are being interpreted. Free kick to Falkirk now. Round on the Brad Spencer is having a word with Rocky Bashiri there. Two of them getting acquainted. It's the Hibs player that's down. It's going to be a Hibs free kick, I beg your pardon, and the players are all surrounding. I think it's Chaiwa who's down in the ruck of bodies, and yeah, it is Chaiwa, and that will be a concern for David Gray because the physios are being called for here. So we're going to have a stoppage in play.
It's a concern for me because I love watching him. What a good footballer he is.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got certain good pedigree as well. You know, signed from Young Boys Bern in Switzerland. 34 appearances there over a couple of years. Played in the Champions League sporadically off the bench against Celtic, indeed last season, and Red Star Belgrade, and against Red Star and Man City the season before that. So he's played, albeit not hundreds of games, but he's played at a good level, Zambian, for a 21-year-old. But concern here for Hibernian because he's back on his feet at least. Yeah. He looks like he's moving. He's been told to kind of do, maybe it's he's doing little calf raises almost.
Well, I think he tried to play the pass, and as he struck the ball forward, the Falkirk player was trying to block it but blocked his foot. Yeah, that's what might have happened. I think it was an accident. I don't think there was any malice in it at all.
Yeah, kind of one of those times where the studs come down on you. So it's not even going to be a foul. The referee's going to just drop the ball. So Brad Spencer gets the ball and goes to Keelan Adams, and Chaiwa's going to have to wait to come on the far side for Hibs. Williams down the right hand side, back to Tate to Williams. Falkirk 1, Hibs 2 early in the second half, and Williams back with a pass to Tate, and he was putting him under pressure there, but
Bowie needs to be careful. I'll tell you, he's had 3 fouls since he's been booked.
Yeah, he's just so eager, isn't he? But as you see, he needs to calm it a little bit, and Falkirk get on with things. Tate curls one from deep that looks like it's too close to Salinger. Indeed it is, who gathers comfortably and rolls it out quickly to Josh Mulligan, and he gets going and gives it infield to Chaiwa, who looks okay. Certainly looks okay. A couple of quick touches. O'Hora into McGrath, scorer of Hibs seconds. What a tidy finish it was as well. Obita to Cadden, he miscued that and underhit the pass for Bowie, and Falkirk win it. Now Keelan Adams, who's quick as well. He's running away from Cadden, tries to go in between him and Obita, crowded out, and it's back with the Hibs midfield and Chaiwa up to Boyle. Excellently timed challenge by Liam Henderson in the centre circle. Boyle still down. Now Miller breaks. Edge of the area, left corner of the box. Going towards the touchline, good tackle. In the ends from Josh Mulligan. And Hibs have the ball, but Martin Boyle is down, so Hibs are going to just prod this out of play.
Yeah, I mean, Martin Boyle just took a poor touch there, obviously, and then, Henderson's come through and won the ball. I think he'll be up now in a wee minute. Yeah.
Maybe he just needed a wee rest.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a red card for Dunfermline in their championship match with Ayr United, and they trail by a 1-0. So not going well for Neil Lennon's sides in the championship this evening. St Johnstone still 2-0 up away to Airdrie, the leaders in control of that division early on. As Salinger plays it out to Bashiri, Martin Boyle is okay. Out to Mulligan, up the right touchline. Difficult one for Chaiwa to control, does his best. and then Falkirk win it, then give it away. McGrath just over halfway, out to Mulligan, back to O'Hora. O'Hora under pressure from McIver, and then to Mulligan into midfield, and Hibs just popping it about. Bashiri to Obita to Cadden of the Nicky variety. Chris Cadden on the bench for Hibs this evening. It's Chaiwa under pressure from Cartwright. Oh, and he's got away from him. That's brilliant from Chaiwa. He's wriggled out of a hole. Then his touch was heavy. He's drawn the foul from Spencer. Advantage being played as Barlasser goes wide to Mulligan. Hibs still with the ball. McGrath regathers. He's going to cross this from deep. Takes a deflection of Spencer, and it will be a corner kick to Hibernian, who lead 2-1 at the Falkirk Stadium.
Yeah, listen, magnificent Chaiwa again. I think we've got a new star in Scottish football. He's really, really exciting to watch. I mean, he takes it really deep. In blink of an eye, he's went past 3 men and he's playing off somebody.
Yeah, of the kind of new faces in the Scottish Premiership, him and Panucci Camara of Dundee United have caught the eye, and likewise there's been a goal at Tannadice. Tyrone.
Yeah, and it's another goal to Dundee United. It all came from a corner kick from the left-hand side. It was flicked on, and the beneficiary of the flick on was Bert Esselink, and he made no mistake, powering the ball into the net from 5 yards out to make it Dundee United 2, Aberdeen 0.
Well, Aberdeen in all sorts of bother, heading for a 4th defeat in 5, yet to score a league goal. Here, that Hibs corner didn't come to much, and Falkirk managed to clear. Hibs coming again. Chaiwa, that just ran away from him into touch. Falkirk throw in, controlled by Lewis Nielsen, and we'll be interested to see how John McGlynn uses his bench, because they have brought a few in terms of young loan players from down south. Ethan Williams is one. They've got Trey Samuel Ogunsuyi, a striker as well. There's a foul on Bowie again. Adams, and Bowie has already been booked. Callum Scott, the referee, is content it wasn't a caution. You're in territory of he's pointing all over the pitch.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure David Gray's thinking about taking him off now, taking Bowie off now. Well, in the next little while.
He only really plays with one setting, Kieran Bowie.
Yeah.
And it's full throttle. It's a Falkirk free kick, 10-12 yards in from the right touchline, and about halfway up, just less than, the Hibs half. Spencer goes short to Calvin Miller, and then Spencer offers the overlap. Miller comes in on the left foot, crosses, headed away by Barlasser as far as McCann, the left back, out to the left hand side. That's a decent ball in, and it drops from McIver. Didn't expect it to, and it kind of ran away from him. And then there's a Falkirk Hibernian free kick, I should say, in their own box, and that move will break down. Falkirk 1, Hibernian 2, 55 played. And Aberdeen 2 down. Tannadice United scoring through Dolchek in the first half, Esselink in the second so far. And well, that's good news for Falkirk, at least, because they won't be, as it stands, heading towards the bottom. On 4 points so far after their win at Pittodrie, draw with United on the opening day here, defeats by Livingston and St Mirren, as Obita fires it up to Bowie, controls and tried to lay it to McGrath, but Falkirk turn it over, and Spencer goes back to Henderson, and then Nielsen stands on it with the studs, goes to Brad Spencer forwards, back to Nielsen, who's just crossed halfway. He's going to send it towards the edge of the area. McIver tries to flick it with the back of his boot. It's a tussle for the ball and runs out for a Falkirk throw-in halfway up Hibs territory. It's been a decent enough start to this second half for Falkirk, but they could do with a bit more goal-mouth action, and I think Hibernian are going to make a sub, and I think Kieran Bowie is going to be withdrawn for record signing Thibaut Clige, and that's over the head of McIver, or sorry, it wasn't McIver, it was Dylan Tate up there. Bashiri clears, and then now it's run out on the far side by Mulligan.
Just a bit untidy Hibs just now, and I think it's the tempo of the game that Falkirk are setting, a bit like the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. It's out to Keelan Adams, the Falkirk right back. Crosses from deep. Bashiri misses it altogether, and then Miller was coming in at the back post, and he was kind of unsighted, and it just hit off him and falls for Salinger to gather.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and get his head on that. I think he tried to take a touch. It was a really, really difficult opportunity. I mean, the ball's bounced away up. He just gets his head on and takes a chance. It loops in the far corner.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was expecting Bashiri to miss that. He just got nowhere near it really. In the end, Chaiwa wins the header, and then McGrath spreads it out to Nicky Cadden. Cadden with Adams in front of him. He's going to go down the outside, but Adams is really quick one-on-one. He's done brilliantly, Keelan Adams. What a find he has been.
There is no chance that Nicky Cadden will outrun Adams. No chance.
He's absolutely rapid. The man plucked from the Lowland League by John McGlynn. Still doing it in the Premiership as McIver drops in and gives it out to Tate, and then back to Spencer. And we're still waiting for that Hibernian sub to be made. Clige is out receiving instructions as Obita nicks that away from Tate, and then Cadden with a big switch of the left boot. Martin Boyle's made a run, controls it brilliantly on the edge of the box, goes on the outside of McCann, and McCann has recovered well, and it's a goal kick.
You saw what Nicky Cadden was good at there. I mean, that was an outstanding pass from the left area.
So it is going to be Kieran Bowie is going to be withdrawn. Another industrious performance from the 23-year-olds. Was involved in the second goal with his shot blocked, and it fell for McGrath, who did the rest. Lovely shimmy and finish. Bowie on a yellow card, and I don't know if you'd say he was fortunate to avoid a second, but he certainly was getting stuck in with a few fouls thereafter.
I thought it was unfortunate to get the first yellow card, and I mean there was 3 or 4 incidents, but it was just over enthusiasm.
And Thibaut Clige is on, the man who Hibs paid over $1 million for. He's been a substitute all season, apart from a couple of starts. League Cup, scored against Livingston in the 2-0 win. Can he make an impact in the final 31 minutes at the Falkirk Stadium? Falkirk 1, Hibernian 2, live on Sports Sound, BBC Radio Scotland Extra, and BBC Sounds via the BBC Sport app and website as well. Dundee United 2-0 up against hapless Aberdeen at Tannadice in the other Premiership game this evening. Here 1-0 up against 10-man Dunfermline in the Championship. St Johnstone 2-0 up against Airdrie as Bashiri clears, and it deflects off a Falkirk player, flicked on by Cliche. Forwards, Chaiwa returns it, and then it's with Cartwright who can't control, and immediately McGrath is on top of him and winning it for Hibs. Out to Nicky Cadden on this near side. Obita's overlap from centre back, and he gets it. Jordan Obita, step over and then goes down, and he's looking for the free kick off Williams, but I think he'd lost the ball before he went down there.
Yeah, it was never getting a free kick there, no chance.
Yeah, he kind of put a step over in and then fell over. It was as if he thought he was a left back again rather than a left centre half. As he went down and then was looking rather pleadingly for the free kick, which was never coming. Barlasser goes back to Rocky Bashiri. More live football action to come on Sports Sound tomorrow night. Celtic away in Belgrade, starting their Europa League campaign against Red Star. 8 o'clock kickoff in that one, and then Thursday it's Rangers' turn at Ibrox up against Genk. Live commentary on that one as well, right here on Sports Sounds. Keelan Adams into McIver, has turned that away to Williams, floats one in the direction of Miller, but it's Mulligan who wins it, and Mulligan is being pressured by Miller and goes back to his goalkeeper, who clears it first time high into the night sky. It's headed to McGrath, who just boots it first time. Good vision to pick out Nicky Cadden, or perhaps he just put it into an area. Either way, it's Cadden who's put the head down and racing forward. Adams has come across. Cadden crosses from deep. Touch from Clige, and he's looking for the corner. He's going to get it. Came off Henderson.
He really is. Nicky Cadden's an outstanding crosser of the ball, particularly when he's running at pace. You know, a couple of times you saw him pass from deep. He was in the final third there. Really good ball into a good area.
Yeah, we saw that last season from Nicky Cadden. 7 assists and 5 goals in 32 appearances. It was an injury affected campaign, but still an outstanding one. I think Hibs fans were a bit annoyed he didn't make the Team of the Year, and James Penrice got in front of him just to make matters worse, a Hearts player.
I've managed both of those players.
Obviously your impact, Ian, as McGrath delivers this corner on top of Scott Bain, who gets a punch on it to the edge of the box. Barlasser, and then Cadden sends one into the Hibs fans behind the goal.
That wasn't his finest hour, he got that off me. But Falkirk haven't tweaked anything. I don't know if it's because of the goal. I mean, maybe Cartwright is playing a wee bit further forward now. Brad Spencer's really the pivot now. He's playing really, really deep, but they just keep on playing, you know, the way they've been playing for 2 or 3 seasons.
And here is Miller, and he slips one for the onrushing fullback Adams, and he nicks it round Cadden, and Bashiri had to come across and lash it behind for a corner to the home side.
That pace and desire from Keelan Adams there, absolutely terrific. Got on the end of it. You know, Bashiri did really well to get there. I feel like Adams gets a touch on it at all, it's a Stonewall penalty kick.
Yeah, we're obviously praising Nicky Cadden going forward. It's a couple of times, especially for the goal he got done as well.
I think they've targeted that. I definitely think John McGlynn has targeted that.
Corner to Falkirk. Ethan Williams has come across for a short option. Martin Boyle is sort of covering it, but not really as it goes short to Williams. Crosses with the right foot. Header into the bottom corner! Equaliser! Falkirk have scored! Liam Henderson with a crucial touch, glances it, bottom corner, and it is Falkirk to Hibernian 2. The Bairns have come from 2 down.
Listen, absolutely outstanding header from Henderson. He's been really, really good all night. You know, Bowes went off. A great cross from Ethan Williams, great corner. You know, and it all came from Keelan Adams just going that extra wee bit to get a corner. But listen, what a header. Goalie rooted, no chance.
Well, he's put in a really strong performance, Liam Henderson. You mentioned it, Ian, that pre-match he stepped up to this level well, and okay, they've conceded 2 goals, but he's been not doing a lot wrong from up here. And a stunning comeback from Falkirk. And listen to this place now, and it's another corner, turned behind by Bashiri. And the momentum in this game has completely switched, and Hibs' defensive woes this season coming back to haunt them again. And it's the same side as Henderson just scored from, and Williams is trotting across once more to offer the short option.
Oh, don't take it short after you've just scored.
That's what they do. And it's Williams onto the right foot, cuts it back to Miller, right on the edge of the area, back to Williams, who's going to deliver with a left foot. This time, really dangerous ball into the 6-yard box. It just needed a touch from Cartwright, too far in front of him, and the keeper gathers.
Yeah, I mean, it was, but I think they've got to stick that ball in with the quality of the first one and see, test Hibs again, with people attacking the ball in the central area.
Well, Hibs won one of their first 14 last season, and these defensive issues were everywhere. Individual errors, undoing some other good work. David Gray eradicated that. They lost just 3 of their final 24 league games, but this season it's just not quite the same rigidity in terms of the defensive play, because they're conceding goals.
I think there's more goals in this game.
Absolutely, as Spain plays it out to Lewis Nielsen. Bain into Spencer in midfield, and Falkirk just trying to play their way out, as Ian says, just playing the same way, sticking to their process, not getting rattled, not getting deterred, as Henderson launches a brilliant ball towards Williams. It's won by Obita, and that's a clumsy back pass unsighted from Barlasser, and Salinger had to boot it away as Miller was running through. Henderson's dropped off to deal with this ball under pressure from Martin Boyle, who's going to nick it, forces it backwards to Nicky Cadden. Martin Boyle on the touchline, back to Nicky Cadden infield, and then Barlasser let that run for Chaiwa square for O'Hora now, out to Mulligan on the right. He drops a shoulder and looks to drive, and then hesitates and turns back and finds Chaiwa at the corner of the area. Chaiwa, and then there's a slip there from a Hibs player. Good interchange at the edge of the box. Mulligan's involved. Chaiwa the strike, blocked. Ethan Williams.
Oh, that was a foul.
Edge of the box.
You're right, bought the free kick. Spot on, Thomas.
as forwards like to do, just feels the nudge and goes down, and it was warmly applauded by the fans here at the Falkirk Stadium. Hibernian have drawn 5 of their last 6 league games going back to last season. The last time they drew more in a row was when Paul Heckingbottom drew 6 in a row in his final few games that ended up being as Hibernian manager. So it's also they've got a habit of scoring not all of them, but a lot of them since May. Scoring 11 of their last 16 goals have come in the first half, another 2 today, whereas all Falkirk's league goals until today have come in the second half of games this season.
Well, it was nearly the second half.
Yeah, it was, yeah. 45 plus 1. So Chaiwa barrels away from Brad Spencer, who had no option but to haul him down, and that'll be a booking for the Falkirk captain. And that's a valuable one for Hibs as they try and get themselves back in front. 2-0 up. We've played 68, and David Gray will be furious. They've managed to let Falkirk back in this game, and Hibs free kick on halfway. I'm just waiting for a referee was saying something there, but on we go as Hibs ready to launch this. Falkirk with a very high line. So Bita receives the short one, and then it's chipped for by Hibs to the edge of the box. So Horace header for Cadden on the left. Now it's McGrath, slides it to Cadden. He's going to cross. It's a dangerous one. Bashiri goes off. He misses it completely, as does Martin Boyle behind him. I just thought Bashiri was going to power that on target there. He's had the goal scoring touch this season, Rocky Bashiri.
Yeah, I think he got a call. I think Boyle gave him a call. I think it was quite high for him, and Boyle had the better chance, just totally miscued the volley.
Keelan Adams driving out of defence for Falkirk, up to the halfway line, passes it to Williams, touch into McGrath though, and then he feeds Cliche, the record signing, back to Bashiri, then O'Hora, across to Obita on the other side of the back three. Nicky Cadden hugging the touchline, then inside ball to McGrath, back to Cadden, goes for one of his deep crosses, and then a leg goes out from Liam Henderson, and fortunately for him it breaks for his partner Lewis Nielsen, and then up to Williams and back to Adams, who just clips it up towards halfway, and that was a blatant shove from McIver there, and Hibs will get the free kick. Nothing subtle about that one from the Falkirk number 9 and goal scorer this evening. Hibs keen to up the tempo and get on with it. McGrath over on the left hand side, Barlasser, Obita sends it down the left hand side, and Clege's made a good run, edge of the box. Nielsen can't get there, in towards Boyle, flicked away by Henderson again, up to McIver, who chests it to Dylan Tate, and Miller's made a run here, as has Williams, but it's a poor pass out for the throw in.
The tired pass there, I thought. I'm just thinking the Falkirk right hand side is absolutely rapid. Adams and Williams, like really quick.
Yeah.
And listen, it's one of the most important things in football, but it's not the most important, but it covers a multitude of sins.
Up to Thibaut Clige, who comes off and drops it to Obita at halfway line. Nicky Cadden, Falkirk 2, Hibs 2. Hibs were 2-0 up in the first half, thanks to a Boyle penalty and a McGrath finish into the far corner. Ross McIver pulled one back in first half stoppage time from Williams, good cross into the 6-yard box, and then a Liam Henderson header after a short corner delivered by Williams. Henderson crashed the header home, and it's 2-2. And here come Hibs though. Cliche down the left hand side of the box, moves it onto the right foot, and then he goes for goal, and that was drifting wide, but Scott Bain stopped it anyway. Let's get an update from Tannadice.
Yeah, it's Dundee United 2, Aberdeen 0 midway through the second half, and to be honest with you, United should be further ahead. They're playing with a real spring in their step. They could have been further ahead. As I say, another powerful Dolchek shot to produce another good save from Mitov, and Vichko Savej, he's just seen a long range effort drift just wide here at Tannadice, where it's Dundee United 2, Aberdeen 0.
United utterly in control. I think Falkirk are going to make 2 changes shortly. That's Nicky Cadden, and that cross to the back post. Boyle keeps it in. No, he doesn't. Looked like he had initially, but it's a goal kick. I think we're going to see Arfield and Aguiman, so you tell me, Ian, whether John McGlynn's going to settle for a point here.
Listen, he will not settle for a point. There's absolutely no chance of that. I don't know who he's going to take off, but it could be the two wide players, albeit I still think Williams is a real threat just now. Tate looks a little bit leggy for me. Maybe Arfield goes in his position.
Yeah, I'm hearing Brian Graham may also be emerging as well. So,
well, he's got a goal in him, that's for sure.
Yeah, we saw that here in Falkirk's last game. A classic Brian Graham header, clambering over the defender and bulleting it into the far corner after a good McCann cross. Falkirk 2, Hibs 2. Here's Nielsen. Studs the ball and goes back to Scott Bain. Little loose touch, but he's under no pressure. And Bain clips it up to McIver. Misses it, but as does Bashiri, who went with him. Now with Barlasser. Out to Mulligan. Wonder if we'll see any action on the Hibs bench. 1-2. Puts Mulligan over halfway, and he's running at the Falkirk defence here. That powerful stride of Josh Mulligan. He goes down. Referee says there was nothing in that, and Falkirk look to launch a counter. Miller nips in ahead of O'Hora. Now it's Spencer up to Williams and then plays it to Miller. He's a mile offside, but if he leaves this for McIver was on. McIver is on, left hand side of the box. Numbers in the area. It's still McIver onto the right foot, saved by the foot of Salinger.
Great play, Ross McIver. Really, really good save by Salinger as well.
Drilled it low near post. The goalkeeper was equal to it, and it's the home fans you can hear over on the far side. So Agiman, Graham and Arfield coming on, and it's going to be Tate as one of those. Miller is another one to come off. And listen to the home fans. And McIver, that shot was his last act. And what a shift it's been as the 3 subs are made. All attacking changes, pretty much like for like.
It is. You know, Brian will play centre forward. I think Arfield will play off him. Agiman will play where Calvin Miller was, wide on the left.
And Brian Graham, I tell you, if you're struggling in the box defensively, he's not a man you really want to see coming on. Throw in on the far side to Falkirk, just short of the Hibs box, as we wait for this to be delivered. 74 on the clock, and it is delivered, and then breaks for McGrath, and poor touch from Cleagate. Won by Falkirk. Now it's with Adams just outside the centre circle, Hibs territory. Williams flicks it up and brings it down again. Goes back to Lewis Nielsen. Reminder, Dundee United 2-0 up at Tannadice against Aberdeen, and that's pressure from Chaiwa, and then Nielsen underhit with a pass back to Bain, who just manages to leather it away, and then he's caught by Chaiwa, who is, I think, going to get booked, much like Kieran Bowie was earlier for a similar offence.
Yeah. Oh, listen, I mean, there was a slight thing. He get touched a little bit, Bain, but again he's rolling about, and now he's back up absolutely fine. I mean, it may be a booking, but the ball was there to be won. He had to try and get it. Nielsen's been slacked 2 or 3 times, not used the ball quick enough.
Yeah, just a bit lackadaisical. It's almost that thing where your team's confident and you feel the momentum's with you, and you're almost a wee bit too
That's
relaxed.
when you be really sharp, when you're feeling like be even sharper.
Agiman controls it, and he's running down the left touchline, driving towards the byline. Can he keep it in? He does. Not the best, but Arfield retrieves it back to Agiman. Can he deliver on the right foot? Drops it back to McCann, who curls it to the back post where Williams goes up. He's clambering on top of his man, and the free kick is given.
It was a pretty clear foul, that one.
Yeah, I was surprised the near side linesman didn't flag for that straight away. The referee put the whistle to the lips. Cooper has made it Airdrie Unions 1, St Johnstone 2, so life in that game yet, with 16 to play in the championship. It was Gullen and Sidibe that put St Johnstone 2 up earlier in that game. I think Dunfermline, 10-man Dunfermline, still trailing Ayr United by 1-0 at East End Park. Neil Lennon up against Scott Brown on the touchline. Falkirk throw. Williams, who has been impressive on his first start. Ian.
He has. I mean, he's linked well with Adams. I mean, there's been a part of the game plan to knock it in the space beyond, because Nicky Cadden goes, really high up the pitch, and Abita doesn't want to come out into that wider area.
Lewis Nielsen at the back for Falkirk. I was going to say an aimless ball, but he's managed to find Agiman. Couldn't control it though, and Hibs have it. steps forwards. Cadden on the left hand side. Adams meets him. Back to Barlasser, and then Obita, and then Bashiri. Bashiri to O'Hora, then Mulligan into Barlasser. Barlasser back to O'Hora under pressure. Fires it forwards, controlled by Henderson, then back to Nielsen, who clips it over halfway, and Arfield goes up. Headed. That's Bashiri out of defence, Mulligan forwards. Won by Cartwright. Spencer controls it just short of halfway. Falkirk have the ball, and no question they've been the better team in the second half.
Yeah, do you know, it's the enthusiasm they're showing for the game as well. It's tremendous.
Going to be a couple of Hibs changes incoming. I think Chris Cadden and Junior Hoylett as Nicky Cadden miscues that clearance, and now it's Scott Arfield, middle of the pitch, up to Aguiman, edge of the D, bobbing and weaving, and somehow still has it. Gives it to Spencer. Spencer out to Adams, right hand side of the box. Keelan Adams going to have a go at Obita, slides the cross in, and Cartwright had peeled off. Hibs get the block in, offside flag is up. It remains Falkirk 2, Hibernian 2 after 78 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Falkirk definitely in the ascendancy. Hibs need to change something to try and get a win and go.
Well, they're going to change something in terms of personnel here, because Junior Hoylett and Chris Cadden are stripped and ready to go. And so we await the fourth official. It looks like it's going to be Martin Boyle and Miguel Chaiwa who are going to come off. And up to Nielsen, heads it to Chaiwa. Those changes not been made quite yet. Hibs come down the right hand side through Mulligan. Mulligan, underhit cross, but Boyle's made something of it, got a touch on it. Henderson mops up in the box for Falkirk, and it goes to Aguiman. Falkirk trying to break. Hibs have numbers back. Aguiman halfway up his own half. Cartwright lays it to Adams, the right back, asks the right back to kind of shuffle across to retrieve it, and he was under a wee bit of pressure from Boyle, so he just swipes it forward, and Bashiri will gather. Knock it to Obita. Falkirk 2, Hibernian 2, Dundee United 2, Aberdeen 0 in the Premiership tonight. Here comes Mickey Cadden. His inside ball is blocked by Cartwright. It's going to run for a Hibernian throw in about 7 or 8 yards from the corner flag down on this near side. And here come the changes. And Martin Boyle, who got the scoring started with his penalty after half an hour, comes off for Junior Hoylett, and Chris Cadden on for Miguel Chaiwa, who has been booked. So he's been impressive though, Ian, hasn't he?
He can play all right. I mean, I love the way he gets over the ground. He moves over with really quick feet. He can get himself out of tight situations. Drives with the ball in the middle area. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to watch him again. Terrific.
Jordan Obita is preparing to throw this into the box. Obita throws it to McGrath. Controls. Moves towards the touchline. Hibs looking for a winner, and the referee signals that that's a Hibernian throw. Falkirk and their fans disagree, but it will be Obita. Barlasser comes across and then shuffles away. Obita waiting for a bit more movement, I think. Hoylett eventually comes over and receives it, and then let that run out of play, and it will be a Falkirk throw-in in the spot where they wanted one 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, it was poor. I mean, Obita's come up from the back to take a long throw, and he's shown it and thrown it short twice.
Yeah, just a bit of a lack of urgency from Hibs. It was, or a miscommunication, because there were people queuing up in the middle waiting for the throw, and then the movement, therefore the movement didn't come for Obita. I was looking for a short option, a bit of a weird one, as Brian Graham wins that and plays it in behind looking for Aguiman, but Bashiri goes down, and the referee says he was fouled.
Yeah, just sometimes you've got to temper that enthusiasm. I mean, he did really, really well to try and get on it, but then just hold him up. He's got nowhere else to go.
Yeah, Hibs on course for 4 successive draws in the Premiership, as Callum Scott indicates the throw in for Falkirk on halfway, and 8.5 minutes of the 90 minutes remaining, and it's Falkirk 2, Hibs 2. Falkirk battling back from 2-0 down. Thrown up to Brian Graham, controls on the chest. He's forced back to halfway and then goes square with a pass to Keelan Adams. Adams is going to drive forward and feed Ethan Williams. Williams standing up. Nicky Cadden drops the shoulder, delivers with the left foot straight to Obita, who heads it half away, and then Mulligan tussling, but it's won by Aguiman, and Williams goes from distance, but it was always curling a mile wide of the target.
Yeah, he just got a wee bit excited there. I mean, he's been terrific tonight. I think he's looking a little bit tired, and he's a young lad. He's played whatever it is, 81, 82 minutes, but even before he didn't, when he had 1-on-1 against Obita, who's playing centre back in the wide area, he just cut inside and crossed it rather than trying to go to the line.
Just shy of 7,500 at the Falkirk Stadium this evening. Terrific crowds, hardly unexpected, given the crowds Falkirk have been turning out even in League One, as Lewis Nielsen heads forward to halfway. Ethan Williams, is it going to be a winner? Not a great deal of chances in the second half. Henderson's header equalising for Falkirk, and McIver had that shot saved just before he was replaced, as Nicky Cadden goes back to Barlasser. Heavy touch and Arfield wins it. Breaks for Obita though on the touchline. Fires it in for Cliche, but won by Adams. Adams looking up, and he picks a brilliant pass for Aguiman. Centre circle, and he's opening up now. Aguiman driving at the heart of the Hibs defence. Gives it to Brian Graham, but he's asking a lot of a 37-year-old, but he does keep it in on the left touchline. Corner to the back post. Arfield's touch blocked. Arfield goes after it, picks up the seconds, gives it to Williams, lets it run across his body, and offloads to Adams on the right-hand side. Adams. And there is a lull, a nervous silence at the Falkirk Stadium. Could Falkirk truly complete this comeback and get themselves 3-2 in front with only 6.5 minutes left of the 90? Here is Nielsen. Nielsen into Adams. He has Obita in front. Gives it to Ethan Williams. Williams digs out the cross. Oh, and then Salinger spilled that initially. Luckily for him, there was no one in a blue jersey. Well, there to profit. Remains 2-2. Hibs, I think David Gray, they had chances in the first half before they eventually got themselves 2 in front, but I feel they'd be disappointed. They've not really created much in the second half.
I think Falkirk dominated the whole of the second half. I thought, Boyle and Bowie had great chances before Hibs scored their 2 goals. Since then, you've got to give, that goal in the 45th minute is pivotal to the whole game, and Falkirk dominated the whole second half.
O'Hora at the back for Hibernian. On course for another draw. Would be 4 in a row in the Premiership, as it's headed into midfield, flicked on by Arfield for Williams. That was the pass for Brian Graham, but intercepted by Hibernian, who now look to attack down the far side through Chris Cadden. Cadden up the line for Hoylett and Mulligan, I think, now in midfield by the look of it, with Cadden out on the right as Deshiri to Obita. Then Nicky Cadden on the left-hand touchline, slides it down the line, and the run's made by Josh Mulligan, and he just about looked like he was getting away from Cartwright, but he got a touch on it, and then even better for the Falkirk midfielder, it came back off Mulligan, and it's a goal kick 2-2.
Yeah, good run by Mulligan. You're right, it's both Cadden's playing wing back, yeah.
Plenty of energy there, that's for sure. There's going to be 2 Hibs changes. There's going to be Josh Campbell is coming on for Jamie McGrath, and the other one is Dylan Levitt, who is going to come on for Dan Barlasser. So changes in that midfield area. Josh Gary Oliver is also stripped and ready to come on for Falkirk, and Josh Campbell has his critics among the Hibs support, but he is sometimes good for a goal, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's been no change in shape for Hibs. They're still doing the same thing, just the personnel within it has changed a little bit.
And Ethan Williams, what a first start it's been for him.
Yeah, he's done well.
An assist after recovered well from giving away the penalty. Not that there's much he could have done with a handball, but brilliant assist, or 2 assists I should say. First cross for McIver, and then the one that he whipped in after the short corner for Henderson. So superb for him, the Man United loanee. And on comes Gary Oliver for his first Premiership minutes of the season. Up to Brian Graham. Deshiri wins it, and Henderson asking for the goalkeeper, and there's 2 of them there, and then Bain did get there, and it was a decent enough touch which found Leon McCann. Crosses halfway, but then is forced back by Mulligan, and then back out to Spencer, who takes no chances and goes all the way back to Scott Bain. They just have 3.5 minutes left of the 90, and flicked on. Aguiman putting Cadden under pressure. He's blocked the clearance. Aguiman breaks for Arfield down the left hand side of the area. Scott Arfield, cross, Brian Graham with a header. Salinger got something on it, and it's hooked clear by Josh Campbell, and the free kick is given anyway in Hibs' favour, 2-2.
Yeah, I think it was done because Brian was jumping with the goalkeeper there, Brian Graham, sorry. I'm not sure that is a foul. I mean, it was great play, great header from Graham, and then Arfield got on it and really, really good bust past his opponent. I thought it was a really nice ball. I thought the goalie did really well under pressure. I don't think it was a foul.
Yeah, I think they've given that for offside in the end. Right, let's go to Tannadice for a quick update.
Yeah, 6 minutes left here at Tannadice. It's still Dundee United 2, Aberdeen 0. The Dons, in fairness, since they went 2-0 down, they've started looking at least something of an attacking force. They've had a couple of decent opportunities since we last spoke. The best of them was a Stuart Armstrong long-range effort, which rebounded back off the crossbar. Adil Ashishi's volleyed over from just a few yards out, and just a few moments ago it was Jesper Karlsson's turn to have a pop, but his effort whistled just over the bar. It's Dundee United 2, Aberdeen 0.
So Dundee United heading for the points, move on to 8 points, and that would take them above Hibs, who are going to go on to 7 as it stands. 2 minutes left here at the Falkirk Stadium, and it's 2-2. Still time for a winner, plenty time for a winner. Falkirk have looked the more likely, but they haven't managed to find a breakthrough, having equalised in the second half through Liam Henderson. Headed forward by Aguiman. O'Hora just inside Falkirk's half, gives it to Chris Cadden, and his pass is straight into touch. Falkirk throw in.
Yeah, although Falkirk at times defensively in the first half are poor, if you had to pick a man of the match, I think, there's been a lot of skillful players done really, really well in the game, but Liam Henderson for me has been absolutely terrific.
Yeah, another player they've trusted to step up all the way from League One, and played for Edinburgh City, Arbroath as well. Looks comfortable back there, as Ian says, and it's thrown forwards. Hibs win it. Campbell goes across, but recovered by McCann, and then it's out for a throw-in. Hibs looking for inspiration. They created plenty in the first half, not so much in the second. Not really anything of note, apart from that maybe Bashiri missed header or leave for Martin Boyle, who miscued, but I don't think Baines really had a save to make in this second half, as Spencer goes over the shoulder, breaks back, and then it falls now for Falkirk and Aguiman. He's over halfway, gives it out to the left hand side, and then a little reverse pass, breaks into midfield. Campbell's won it, and Cartwright challenged for it. Hibs are looking for the free kick, but instead Falkirk are going to get the throw in. I think it's thrown back now to Brad Spencer, shuffles across the halfway line to Lewis Nielsen with a pass. 4 added minutes signalled by the 4th official, and it's Falkirk 2, Hibernian 2. The Falkirk fans feel a winner is here, and they get a first home league win of the season. Fired into Brian Graham, touch into the path of Arfield, but it was just overhit. Arfield regathers though, goes back to McCann driving for the byline, sliding challenge blocked. It's behind for a Falkirk corner.
Yeah, the Falkirk fans believe a good delivery into the box and maybe getting the winner.
And why not? They've played the better stuff in the second half. Corner on the far side. And they've scored from one already, but no one's offering the short option this time. There's only one place this is going, and it's stood up to, or the referee was unhappy with something. This is going to be retaken. Don't know if he was negotiating some pushing and shoving and wasn't ready for that one, but anyway, take 2. We've played 1 of the 4 added minutes. It remains 2-2. Falkirk corner, attacking the Kevin McAllister end. The corner comes in, and then it's flicked away by Campbell and out to the other side of the box. Gary Oliver now on the right hand side for Falkirk. Cross from Henderson into the area, glanced by Levitt. McCann controls in the middle of the pitch, up to the edge of the box. Brian Graham on the turn, he's offside. Chance gone, 2-2.
For a minute there, young Leo McCann thought about hitting that. He was 45 yards out, and he was going to try and hit it in a half volley. He's been impressive. Another young lad that's been impressive.
Yeah. And Brian Graham's eyes lit up for a split second, but He just hadn't got back on side in time as it goes into the Falkirk half. Breaks for Aguiman though. Powering down the left hand side, Alfredo Aguiman. He's caught by Chris Cadden and he's looking for the free kick. And he's going to get the...
And this is only going one place.
Yeah. He's going to get the decision. No, he's not. He's going to get the throw in at least, but he's not getting the free kick. As the Falkirk Stadium finds its voice in stoppage time. Falkirk have come from 2 down to level with the third best team in the country last season, Hibernian. Can they find a winner? Big switch out to the corner of the box. Again it breaks for Aguiman, he's going after it. Good sliding challenge from Chris Cadden. Throw into Falkirk though, and they're getting on with it really quickly. The referee wasn't happy with how quickly they took it.
He's done Falkirk a favour there because he threw it straight to a Hibs player.
We've got about 1 minute and 20 seconds left of stoppage time. Are we in for a dramatic ending at the Falkirk Stadium? Throw into Falkirk, halfway up Hibs territory. And it's thrown to Spencer. Spencer feeds Nielsen just over halfway up to Keelan Adams. Oh, you can see what he's trying to do, just wait for Nicky Cadden to come tight and then put it round him, but it was a poor touch and into touch, and it's a Hibs throw. And Obita is going to take, flings it up the line. Adams flicked header, Nielsen comes across, played that off Hoylett I think, did he? No, yes he did. And Hoylett's querying it, Ian, but I felt it was probably the right decision.
Yeah, I think it was, it's right in front of us. Yeah.
Well, it's the Falkirk fans in full voice as Keelan Adams launches it up the line. Brian Graham glancing header, Aguiman and Graham getting back involved, finds Arfield, right touch line. His pass is intercepted by Levitt, who just lashes it down the field with the right foot. Liam Henderson up against Clegier, who gets a flick on it. Nielsen back, Henderson tussling again with Clegier, breaks into midfield for Josh Mulligan, and there is the full-time whistle. What a comeback from Falkirk. The only disappointment for John McGlynn and his players, who sink to the AstroTurf, is that they couldn't finish it off in terms of getting a first home league win of the season. But nonetheless, a brilliant performance, particularly second half, where they were undoubtedly the better sides. Hibernian will have plenty of regrets. They created quite a lot of chances in the first half, didn't take a couple, then got a couple of goals. Martin Boyle from the penalty spot after Ethan Williams was penalised after a VAR check for handball. Jamie McGrath with a shimmy and finish into the far corner that made it 2. And they were really in control at that stage until Williams teed up McIver in first half stoppage time to pull one back for Falkirk. It proved pivotal, because then after the break, a short corner to Williams, whipped onto the head of Henderson. He planted it into the bottom corner and it squared it for Falkirk. Not too many chances, clear chances at either end in the second half. McIver had a shot well saved at the near post by Salinger before he was withdrawn for Brian Graham. Hibs created little of note after the break, and it's a 4th consecutive draw for David Gray's men. Just the 1 win for Hibs this season in the league, and just the 1 win for Falkirk as well, but they will emerge from this game with immense credit after coming from 2 down to draw 2-2 here at the Falkirk Stadium. Full time, Falkirk 2, Hibernian 2.
Football from Sports Sound
on BBC Radio Scotland.
You're listening to Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland. So a really good game there at the Falkirk Stadium, finishing 2 apiece. Both managers predicted goals and their sides delivered this evening. Just seeing John McGlynn and his Falkirk players go down the park there clapping the home support. The Hibs players, of course, doing the same with their travelling support through there at Falkirk. A really good game. We'll bring you all the full-time scores. A couple of games in the Championship tonight, many games in the Scottish Challenge Cup. But let's get to the closing stages at Tannadice and Dundee United. Tyrone still in course for a fairly comfortable victory.
Yeah, they're 2-0 up. We're in the 3rd minute now of 5 minutes of added time. Really comfortable. They've taken the foot off the gas a little bit, as you maybe expect, since they went 2-0 up. Aberdeen have had a couple of decent opportunities to cut the deficit. Stuart Armstrong, he had a shot which rebounded back off the crossbar. I guess that little incident in itself probably kind of sums up where Aberdeen are at the moment. They have played a bit better since they went 2-0 down, but there's no point doing that when you're 2-0 down, is there? You need to be doing that from the off. The Dundee United fans are trying to wind up the Aberdeen support by chanting "you're getting sacked" in the morning, and at various stages during this game the large Aberdeen support have been roundly booing what they've been seeing from their team here at Tannadice. So yeah, we're into, I think, now the final minute of added time here at Tannadice, where it's still 2-0 to Dundee United.
Thanks to Tyrone Smith. Really looking forward to hearing what Jimmy Tulin has got to say tonight, because we said at the weekend what a big week it was. They crashed out of the Scottish League Cup, not one shot on target against Motherwell. Away game tonight at Tannadice. They've been second best for long periods, and they play Motherwell again, this time in the league, away from home. 5:45 start. Full coverage on Sports Sound on Saturday. Willie Miller and Billy Dodds alongside me here in the studio, so we're just waiting for that game to finish, guys. Let's just talk about that fantastic match up there at the Falkirk Stadium, Billy. Really the good value, and fair play to Falkirk, fighting their way back to get a draw.
Oh, they've got something about them, Falkirk. We said at the start of the programme, and Ian touched on it as well, they look really good going forward. You worry about them at the back. Yeah, you worry about them at the back, Kenny, and that's why they lost the 2 goals. But to show that spirit, they've got that bit of spirit about them where 2-0 down, fighting their way back into the game, could maybe even have nicked it. So it's another valuable point, and they'll take that point after being two goals behind. They looked down and out. Hibs had another couple of chances, but after half time, Falkirk dominated. They were unlucky not to nick it.
That's the full-time whistle gone at Tannadice. We'll get Willie's thoughts on that. We can just see Jimmy Tulin walking on the park there. Aberdeen fans again travelling in big numbers. Huge disappointment for them. We can see their faces there in the stand behind the goal. But let's just get briefly back to Falkirk for now. Ian McCall, did you enjoy that one?
Yeah, it was terrific. I mean, I really enjoyed Falkirk in the second half. The Hibs midfield players played really well, but Falkirk fully merited their point. It could have, they could have eked out the 3 points, because Hibs did have 2 really good chances in the first half, and I'm not sure they created them though. I mean, I think it was Nielsen made a howler of an error for Boyle's 1-on-1, and it was really bad overplaying by the Falkirk defence for Bowie's chance. But whenever Dodge is right, whenever you're 2-0 down in a game and you come back to draw 2-2, you're feeling happy with yourself. But the crowd sensed, and they were going for a winner at the end. They just didn't get anything to follow. The closest they came, I think, was Ross McIver just cutting inside and having a strike with his right foot. But great for John McGlynn, because he was trying to get down the Hibs left hand side. Honestly, they must have done it 10, 11, 12 times throughout the game, and the goal, which was the pivotal moment of the whole game in the 45th minute, came from that. Ethan Williams, young lad, really, really impressive. I mean, he can run like the wind. Him and Keelan Adams behind him, really, really quick. But he skinned his fullback, crossed the ball from a dangerous area, and that changed it changed the mood of the stadium. It changed John McGlynn's team to it, and they came out, got the equaliser, and looked likelier to get the winner.
Yeah, we'll get back. We'll get post-match reaction there. We're seeing the pictures coming in from Tannadice. We must give a lot of credit, Billy Dodds, to Dundee United. Good value for their win tonight. Created the most chances. Definitely deserved to be 2-0 up. Could have had a few more. Then Aberdeen did create a few chances. Tyrone said when he was coming in with his inserts that it's too little too late. It's as if, okay, we've no pressure on now, we'll go and attack. I'm just looking at the pictures, and Willie's favourite there, Willie, with them all going and
don't get me started,
clapping the fans. I don't think the fans want to see that now. I think they want to see action on the pitch. They didn't get enough. They get rare glimpses of it, would it be fair to say, but miles off of where they should be and could be.
They're certainly not clapping them back tonight, the fans, will they? That's very noticeable there.
I don't really see the point, to be perfectly honest. I think recognition that the fans have travelled down is fair enough. So, you can go up there and you can spend, maybe a minute or so. But the fans are not applauding them back. In fact, all they're getting is abuse from the fans. So I don't really see the point in it. It's maybe, the Scandinavian way of doing it. But for me, I think you go and, you give respect to the fans for coming down and watching, which was a poor performance, but then you get yourself pretty quickly into the dressing room, and then you start the work and trying to sort it out so that you can get results where you can go and celebrate with your fans. But there's nothing to be celebrated on the back of where Aberdeen are just now, not scoring any goals, 1 point, rooted at the bottom of the table, and they've been beaten 2-0 by, Dundee United. So what is there to celebrate? I can't understand why they go about it that way, but that's what they've done. They're now going into the dressing room. There's a lot of work to be done there, I'm telling you, after that first, maybe 70 minutes or so, maybe. Yeah, 70 minutes. He made a few changes, and I thought it was better. You're talking about Bilalovic coming on, Keskinen coming on, Yenge, not so sure, and Ausic. And for me, towards the end of the game, and even during the game, I think Stuart Armstrong was Aberdeen's best player on the night. They did create a couple of chances. Armstrong hitting the bar, Carlson had a shot saved. Armstrong then had a delightful cross for Ausic, who tried the scissor kick and miskicked it completely, as well. But nowhere near enough to suggest that they were close to Dundee United. Dundee United thoroughly deserving their victory, and Aberdeen's got a lot of work to do to try and turn this round, and I'm sure Jimmy Tulin knows it. The fans certainly know it, and you can only hope for his point of view and the team's point of view that they managed to do it sooner rather than later.
There's no right and wrong in clapping the fans, but I think you've got to read the room at some point as well and say, right, even if you have got a good winning run, I'm not saying you can't clap them when you've get defeated, because you could have, 5 wins and a draw, and then you lose one and you can get up there and they'll stay and they'll applaud you. But read it, and the run they're on and the way they do it, they go and stand for long periods in front of them. I think it's a case of a quick clap to appreciate what you're saying, Willie, coming down the road, and then get yourself out of there. A quick clap. But going in front of them now on this run, I'm sorry, it ain't going to work. They're just going to give you pelters.
You're talking about reading it. I'm reading lips here. I know exactly what the fans are saying to the players.
He's not wrong, Ian, I'll tell you.
Well, listen, it's not a Scandinavian thing, well, it's everywhere now. No matter what happens, you go up and clap the fans for 10 minutes. You can get humped 5-0 and you're up there clapping them and just taking absolute
You and I would have been down the tunnel, Collier. You and I would have been down the tunnel.
Absolutely, on a serious note, Dodge is right, Willie. If you get beat and you're on a bad run, of course you've got to go, clap, and then get yourself down the tunnel. Don't hang about, just get yourself down there. This is another crazy thing that's happening in the game just now. Walking up to get absolute dog's abuse.
For a long period of time, I mean, they're standing there for minutes, Collie.
See if you'd seen Jimmy Tulin's face, he looked thoroughly miserable. It was hardly even a clap, was it? It was just kind of going through the motions. The whole thing, I'm going to say it again, lacking emotion, lacking passion, lacking fight.
He's got an easier one on Saturday, Ken, isn't it? Motherwell away.
And that's the thing, Ian, and that's what a lot of people are saying. He's brought in new players, he's building a team, but look at the job that Jens Bertolascu has done. He's transformed the football. He's brought in a lot of new players, Ian. They've gelled very quickly. They've got a League Cup semi-final to look forward to. Not just the fans, the pundits in this programme have been raving about the style of play, Ian. It strikes me that Jimmy Clean's got an awful lot of work to do.
He's under Series B. I mean, I think he's... And it must be tough. I bet it's tough for Willie to talk about stuff like that, but he's under Series B. I mean, what's happened is he's getting longer because of the cup win, and do you know what? That's absolutely right. That is the right thing to do. But he'll know himself. They can't be daft. The next 3 or 4 games, there needs to be a turnaround. I mean, it's that quick. It's coming to that point.
I think that's the thing, Willie. We've spoken before about the manager position, and the word coming out of the club is that this is a project. They're standing by their man. Things will turn. He's not under pressure for his job. But at what point does that change?
Well, I mean, you can see signs of it. I think it's when the fans really turn on the manager and the club and the players. And Pittodrie's a difficult place to be when things are not going well, and the fans have turned this season, all of last season, even going through the bad results. The fans stayed behind and applauded the players, and the players applauded the fans, and they stayed behind even in poor results. But this season, it's before the final whistle, they're away home, and by the time that at home, when the players go round and applaud them, there's nobody there to applaud. They're all the way home. So they're beginning to turn. So the next stage usually is there's a few banners, isn't there?
Yes.
Or a wee demonstration outside. And Aberdeen are not, they're not known for kind of overdoing these things. But once you start getting that and it starts feeding through to the board as well, the project all of a sudden, this, sounds like a project that should be just binned. And that's what he's got to worry about. He needs something, like Ian said, he needs a result. It doesn't really matter how it comes, but he needs to get some points in the board. He can't be an Aberdeen manager and sitting there at the bottom of the table with 1 point, no goals. You can't. It's just not going to be allowed to go on much longer. So he needs results, and he needs them quickly. Starting with Motherwell, it's going to be a huge task to, overturn Motherwell, down at Fir Park.
Yeah, that's a 5:45 kick-off on Saturday. Full commentary right here on BBC Radio Scotland. We'll open all mics before that, of course. I'll go through the scores for you. We'll have a look at the league tables. So in the Premiership, Dundee United 2, Aberdeen 0, Falkirk 2, Hibs 2. So looking at the table this evening, United up to third spot, 5 games played, they have 8 points. Hibs, they're in fourth, 7 points on their 5 games. Then we go into the bottom half. I think it's been a solid start for Falkirk. 5 games played, 5 points on the table. Aberdeen, 5 games played, 1 point at the bottom of the table. Goals for 0. I mean, it's just absolutely...
This man's miserable enough.
Okay, I think we'll move on to the Championship, shall we? Just give Will a bit of respite. Let's look at the Championship. Airdrie 1, St Johnstone 2, Dunfermline Athletic 0, Ayr United 1. A much needed win for Ayr United. So St Johnstone 19 points, 8 clear at the top of the table from Wraith Rovers and Arbroath. Partick Thistle at the moment make up the playoff spots. They're in 10 points. Dunfermline 8 points just outside the playoff spots at the moment. Ayr United up to 6th in the table, 7 points alongside Queen's Park. Morton 6 points. Ross County 3 points. Airdrie bottom of the table also on 3 points. There were some games this evening in the Scottish Challenge Cup. So Alloa Athletic 3, Kilmarnock B 0. Annan Athletic 4, Rangers B 3. Clyde 2, East Fife 1, Cove Rangers 1, Hibs B 1, Dumbarton 3, Kelty Hearts 3, Forth Athletic 2, Aberdeen B 1, Inverness Carry Thistle 6, Dundee B 0, Peterhead 1, Elgin City 1, Queen of the South 2, Hearts B 3, Spartans 1, Dundee United B 0, Stennismuir 3, East Kilbride 0, Stirling Albion 1, Montrose 2, and Stranraer 3, Motherwell B 0. So stay with us right here on Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland. We'll bring you the managers. It's going to be interesting, I think, particularly tonight, to hear from Jimmy Tilleen. We want to know, how is he going to turn this around? Right now, it is an absolute shambles. Tomorrow evening on Sports Sound, and indeed Thursday evening, our focus shifts to the Europa League. Celtic begin their campaign in Belgrade up against Red Star. Brendan Rodgers spoke to the media earlier this afternoon.
We're in a competition that I want us to do very well in. I'm not going to forecast anything of how deep we can go. You've got to earn that right. You've got to win the games, you've got to win the points, and that's what we have to do starting tomorrow night. We showed that we could learn, and we've shown that you don't have to press every single ball that's there. You've got to pick your moments to press, to block the game, and then you can still play your football. And there was no bigger example of that than the Allianz Arena. So to be able to do that there, play to that level against such opposition, and the performance that we had in Atalanta, like you said, in Zagreb last year, Celtic going away getting a point in the Champions League, and what was maybe a disappointment. So that really showed how much we've progressed. But I feel that gives us confidence to know that you can go in Europe, get results, good performances, and then know that at home form with the support and everything can give you a great chance to progress. So for us, we look to get a positive performance, take a positive result away with us. Got an experienced team with some really good players. Like you say, they've won 7 games out of 7 domestically, so they're in good form. And I'm sure they want to do well in this competition as well. So yeah, it's going to be a real good test for us, but we're ready and up for that challenge.
Celtic in the UEFA Europa League.
Live on Sports Sound
from BBC Radio Scotland.
Brendan Rodgers here, Sports on air, 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Kick-off in Belgrade is 8 o'clock. 2 games in the top flight that we brought you this evening. Our commentary match was an absolute classic. Falkirk 2, Hibs 2. Live now, the Falkirk manager, John McGlynn, with Brian McLaughlin.
Yeah, John, you said to me before the game that Falkirk never failed to entertain. Well, that was some entertainment tonight, wasn't it? I'm not sure what it was like for yourself in the dugout, though.
No, it was entertainment, that's for sure, Brian. No, we never fail to entertain because I think we play good football. I think we go out to attack in every game. I think that's why we've got 5,700 season ticket holders, because the Falkirk fans come here and they believe in what we're doing and they support the team. I thought the atmosphere here tonight was amazing from the Falkirk fans. They backed us all through the game. Great mentality for the players to be 2-0 down against a team like Hibs and to come back speaks volumes for everyone involved. The spirit that the players have got, the camaraderie, the fighting spirit, and obviously the ability, because we've scored a really good goal, the first goal to get back in. The goal before half time is significant. It gives us a belief that we can go out the second half and get another one. And the only thing separating the teams at half time was a penalty, and it may well be it's one of these ones. I've not seen it back, but you know, it's not an awful lot you could do about it. It's not trying to stop the ball going in. But however, you know, the guys showed enormous spirit and, you know, ability, organisation, and the team getting crosses in the box. I thought we caused them problems with that the whole game. We had crosses in the box from early in the game, and on another night we could have went ahead actually early on. And then Hibs come into the game and they're a good side, so they're going to cause us 1 or 2 problems, and they did, but we rallied, and it's a great point from being 2-0 down.
That was a game though, John, at 2-0 down. It could easily have gone away from you. So how important was that goal just before half time, and how different was your team talk at half time? It's huge. It's the difference of us getting a point and not, really. It makes it so much easier to give confidence to the players, saying that, you know, we're very, very much in this game, and you know, Hibs will kind of like maybe panic a little bit because, you know, we've scored on 45 minutes or something, whatever it is, and we knew that Hibs have got a bad record of losing goals right before half time. You say that to your players, you know, because that then puts pressure on the visitors' defence and the Hibs' defence. Absolutely, you better believe it. You know, you've got to look at every single detail. So yeah, we've mentioned that to the players about that. Yeah, it's and I'm sure it's something that David Gray would want to get rid of as soon as possible, but it's happened tonight again. I know it's a long old season, John. 38 games, 5 points. You content with that so far? Yeah, we're finding our feet, and the guys are finding a level, but we've shown in every game that we are more than capable of being here. We deserve to be here, and I think we'll maybe upset 1 or 2 others along the road. Tynecastle on Saturday, you'll be looking to do some upsetting against your old team. Yeah, can't wait. Can't wait. So that's the games though, John, tonight.
That's what we're in the game for. That's what we're in the game for. Yeah, and then the boys, you know, I mentioned playing Cove Rangers, and we've been playing Kelty Hearts, you know. So we're now playing Heart of Midlothian, and it's amazing for us to go there. Tynecastle, we know we're going into Lions Den. We know they're going to be well up for it. We need to stand strong, and if we can play, then, you know, we can maybe cause a problem or 2. No doubt, John. It'll be entertaining once again. Absolutely. Thanks, John. Well done. You are.
Well done to John McGlynn live there, the Falkirk manager on Sports, and well done to everyone involved there tonight. It was a terrific game. Ian McCall alongside Thomas Duncan for us. Ian, just to wrap things up, in terms of Falkirk, we know it's a club that's very close to your heart. He's just doing a terrific job there, and it's going to be quite a roller coaster ride for the Falkirk fans this season, but they will love it.
Absolutely. I mean, the big thing they need to do is build this other stand opposite the main stand, because I mean, Hibs, I think they've only 600-700 fans here.
That's all they get.
That's all they get, yeah, because they've sold nearly 6,000 season tickets, which is just absolutely incredible. And listen, they do play a certain way. You know, I don't think it's just all pure football. I said during commentary, the amount of times they spin beyond people with a bit of reverse movement in the wider areas, or Tate running beyond the centre forward, it happens. All of the full back going. John's done really, really well to, you know, and the winning mentality has carried forward to this season. But it's just that step up. But 5 points from 5 games, you know, that's not to be sniffed at.
What about Hibs, Ian? What did you make of them tonight? Terrific in Europe, great performances, yet to really catch fire in the league.
Yeah, I mean, I think that their success came down to a really, really stable back three last year. You could pick it, you know, for the last 25 games, but I tell you what, the 3 lads that they've got in midfield, you know, Chimian, Balliser and McGrath, that was Falkirk's goal was so crucial, because the last 25 minutes of the first half, Hibs were dominating through these three boys. I mean, good players. Chime looks as if he's a real find, a real talent. I think they'll be fine, but I think they need to get their back three back to what it was. Whether that means Hanley comes into the middle of it, I don't know, but that's what it was based on last year. It looks a wee bit all over the place. Wing backs maybe going a wee bit too high. I think Falkirk exploited that, but listen, Hibs will be fine. They'll still be up there, competing for the top four, I think.
Yeah, they've been involved already this season in some terrific matches. Yeah, really enjoyable, a good watch, and what a job David Gray, just like John McGlynn, is doing for his football club. Well, they're going to put this one to you. An Aberdeen fan, Craig Moore, has got in touch. Time's up, Jimmy. Thanks for the cup, but 5 wins from 32 league games is a sackable offence. 9 games in all competitions played this season and failed to score in 7. It is totally unacceptable. Stephen Robinson in for me. So we'll not speculate on any managerial, if there is a change, somebody coming in who they might want to look at, the Aberdeen fans. But you can understand, Willie, why the Aberdeen fans are now turning to these thoughts.
I can thoroughly understand it, yeah. I mean, it's not good enough. The manager has stated it's not good enough, and the longer it goes on, the more pressure comes upon him, the more questions are going to be asked, the more emails that you're going to get, Kenny, that keeps you going. It really is. You wake up in the morning hoping that you're going to get
for negativity
emails like that during your programme. But it's part of the game. Now, I think where he is just now, he's going to need that backing. He's going to need the backing of the chairman, chief executive, the board of directors, and we just have to see where that goes. But it can't go on much longer. You can't constantly be rooted at the bottom of the table as the Aberdeen manager and not scoring goals and only 1 point. It still is very early in the season. I mean, it really is, and you can talk about David Gray last season as well. I know you're maybe clutching at straws a little bit there, but at the same time, it can be turned around. The problem is that the fans are not seeing any sign of it turning round. And the game tonight again was hugely disappointing. A little bit better towards the end, but that's no use. As Tyrone said, I think we would all agree that when you're 2-0 down, it's probably easier to look a little bit better. Well, it is easier to look a little bit better because United are then just controlling and trying to control the game. I thought the substitutions made a bit of a difference, and perhaps he has to go for the youth and maybe forget about the old stagers in midfield. I can understand why he played Nielsen. I can understand why he's played Graham Shinney in there, but at the same time they're definitely the wrong side of 30, and it's looking like they need more energy in that area, because I didn't see a lot of energy or creativity from that area. So it's time for it to turn. Jimmy Tilleen needs it to turn quickly. He needs the support of the board. The board seem, very strongly still to be behind him. 3-year project. I don't know what you think about that, Dodgy, but
I wish we all get 3-year projects. Well,
it's something that doesn't exist in football.
I know, but it's so easy for clubs to say that, isn't it, and to try and get the fans to buy into it. But how on earth can Aberdeen fans, again, huge numbers down there tonight, how can they buy into that?
The point Willie makes is a good one in terms of Aberdeen fans, I think, are pretty fair. They're not a club that are renowned for really getting on their managers' backs early. It has to be a disaster in terms of football. It's not going well, and then they'll start putting their input, and you can see it's growing by the week. So they're very fair. How long it can last, we don't know. He needs a result, though. He needs it quickly. They have a decent record at Fir Park. I'm trying to look on the positive, but they don't look like doing it just now.
That's the thing, Billy. When you're an Aberdeen fan going to these games, I'm not sure what positives you can take. And listen, I've interviewed many managers through the years, and when they're going through tough runs, and I'm the man to turn it around. I can do this. But the question is, what evidence is there of that?
He's never given that, though, Jimmy Tilleen. Jimmy Tilleen is like never too high. It's always been like that, win, lose or draw. So he will feel the pressure.
It looks as though he is feeling the pressure, Dodgy, doesn't it?
It does.
And it's something that you can understand. When you're standing up there and you're watching them trying to applaud the fans, and you see what's coming back from the fans, that they are hugely disappointed to the point where it's just abuse that you're getting. basically. So, and you can see it in his face, you can see he's drained, he's searching for answers, he's got to find these answers. David Gray found the answers last season. Jimmy Tilleen, for goodness sake, he needs to find the answers quickly.
And do you know what's funny? How football can change. Look at that picture on our screen right now, the beaming smile of Jim Goodwin there getting interviewed. We'll hear from him just shortly. The Aberdeen fans are getting in touch, guys. Dodge, I'll put this one to you. Cian has got in touch. I know you guys will not answer the second part of his question, but again, I understand that why Aberdeen fans are saying about. Cian says, too stubborn to change tactics. Plays Nielsen, as Will has just said. We all know how bad he is. 5 wins in 33 league games. Would be gone if he hadn't won the cup. Time is up. And he says, a question to the people in the studio, who should replace him? I know you guys won't want to go there, but there is a debt, and I said this earlier in the programme, with Aberdeen's fans I see on social media, and I am across it, because I think it's a good way of gauging fan opinion, and we have plenty of fans now as part of this programme, not just as listeners to this programme, and I think it's important we reflect their views, and I've noticed it in recent weeks, Bill, it's changing. And you're saying they are a very loyal fan base, but it has been changing.
Patient. I think that would be, they're generally patient, the Aberdeen fans. But I think when you see the numbers grow, it's getting to that time. He needs a win, and he needs it Saturday to really dampen that noise that's always there. Managers know, I've been there myself. I didn't mind it. I honestly see when people talked about it, a lot of managers do think it's naughty, get uptight when pundits or whatever talk about managers getting sacked. I've been in the job. I didn't mind at all. You just know, yourself when you're under pressure. When I got the cup final at Inverness and then had the bad run at the start of the season, I knew I was under pressure. And when people said that in the programme, not that because I'm taking the team on a Saturday, you don't hear it. I'm not going to hold it against people who are a pundit. It's just not my nature. When they say Billy Dodds is under pressure, could lose his job soon, I don't even know what was said in this programme. It didn't bother me because it's probably factually correct.
He probably deserved it. That's the truth of it.
That's it. Thank you.
But no one's saying but the point I'm making,
but you know what I mean,
see when people are talking about people's jobs, no one wants someone to lose their job, but it only gets discussed because it's a relevant point.
Some people,
that's the thing.
Some people are precious about it. Let's just put it that way.
Listen, of course they are. Listen, I know that fine and well. Here's a good point that Kevin Smith makes, Willie, and I want to move on. Ian Strachan's got in touch and look, United played tonight and won. We've given a lot of credit to United. We spoke before the programme, and we will get to United. I can see Jim Goodwin on our screen. We'll get that interview to you just shortly. But just finally for now, on Aberdeen, Willie, I think this is a good point. So Kevin Smith, an Aberdeen fan, and he's reacting to the point that Craig made earlier when he talked about Stephen Robinson, wanting him in as manager. So Kevin's an Aberdeen fan, said the lad that suggested Robinson, he'd hate that squad because they're physically weak. And is that not a very relevant point right now?
It's probably a relevant point not to sack Jimmy Tilleen. Because if you bring Stephen Robinson in, he's going to want a new squad. So how do you?
But are they weak, Willie? Are they weak?
Yeah. I mean, they're looking weak, and the results show that they're weak, and the performances show that they're weak. And the project what he's talking about is on the physical side of things, I would agree that's the case. But that's Jimmy Tilleen. That's the way he wants to play. That's his teams and his image, the way he wants to play. He's got an identity. That's the formation he likes. That's what the chairman, that's what the club bought into. That's why he's at Aberdeen. Now, the money that they've thrown at that squad, the money that they've thrown back in the manager, if you then decide to relieve him of his position, then you've got to then go and support. And if Stephen Robinson did come in, he wouldn't want some of these players because they probably don't fit the profile that how he wants to play the game. So, there's got to be some kind of a business sense as well in terms of supporting the manager. I don't know how long it can go on for. I think it's when the fans really turn that it becomes immensely difficult for the board and the chairman and the CEO.
Yeah, well, the fans are speaking. Scott Robertson, an Aberdeen fan, has got in touch saying he should be sacked by the end of the week, if not tonight. Could Robinson do any worse? I doubt it. Would he want to come though? That's the question.
Kenny, could I just say that one of the guys that wrote in, I don't think he is too stubborn. He changed completely for the cup final and won the game against Celtic.
So why is he not doing it in this run, Ian?
Well, it's because he's been backed so heavily, and them are Hearts are the third biggest club in Scotland. I think it's unacceptable
to set a team up as defensively as that against the other teams in the Premier League. I think he's not able to do it. He needs to find a solution to do it, but he's not able to do it. You can't go and sign and spend all sorts of money and set up like he did against Celtic, defending really, really deep, hitting the counter-attack, having a bit of pace up front, but incredibly deep. You can't do that. Aberdeen fans wouldn't accept doing that at Pittodrie. I'm sure Willie would agree with that. And even away from home just now, you might get away with it.
Yeah.
But he did change, and he won a cup in one game, so that really should make the manager think, well, I might have to tweak it. I might have to change something. He can't go full on like he did, but he's done it before.
His identity is the formation that he plays.
Yeah, the 2 and the 3.
Yeah. I mean, that is his identity. That's why he was brought to the club. What he needs to do is, and I think what he will do, is stick with it and try to get the right personnel in there. I don't feel that he's got the right personnel, particularly in the midfield area.
The midfield too, Willie, I would say.
I don't think he has. Yeah. It looked a little bit better when he had the lack of physicality in there, lack of experience in there. A lot of these players that they brought in are project players as well. They're all 23-year-old. They're not all 23-year-old, but there's a fair few of them round about that age. So they should have the energy. I think he's hoping that they've got the quality. We're not seeing it yet. I can fully understand why the Aberdeen fans are texting you and emailing you with their thoughts as well. I just think in this circumstance, the way the chairman has went about it, the fact that he's taken his time, they had 2 attempts to bring him to the club, so they've been nibbling at him. They've got him here. It hasn't been great. He's got the Scottish Cup in the boardroom. Now that gives you a little bit of time. I'm sure that he'll get more time to try and turn it round, but at the same time he knows that this isn't acceptable. Everybody will tell him. Every pundit in Scotland will tell him. Everybody that knows anything about football and knows anything about Aberdeen, the position that Jimmy Tillene's in with this club just now is unacceptable, and if it continues to go on, then there's only one thing that's going to happen. But he'll be hoping that he can turn it round, and he needs to turn it round very quickly.
Yeah, we'll hear from Jimmy Tillene. Just finally on this for now, Conaldinho, an Aberdeen fan, and this is quite interesting. This is what I picked up. Maybe this language is too strong, but he looked different on the screen tonight for me. There was no energy. It was a pretty weak clap with the fans. He looked really dejected, Jimmy Tillene, tonight. I can see him on the screen now, so he's not too far away. Conaldinho, Aberdeen fans, saying he looked like a defeated man. He should go. But I can't see the club pulling the trigger when they don't have a director of football, and that's probably a very valid point right now. So what we'll do now, we'll hear from Jimmy Tillene in a couple of minutes' time. We'll try and bring you David Gray as well. We've heard from John McGlynn, but let's now hear from a man that is doing an absolutely terrific job. He was on a screen a minute ago with a huge beaming smile, and quite rightly so. Let's hear from Dundee United's Jim Goodwin. He's speaking with Tyrone.
Jim, you must be a happy man tonight.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, Tyrone were delighted with the result and the overall performance. I thought it was an excellent team performance from start to finish. In possession, really comfortable. Some great decision making in terms of when to rest on the ball, when to play forward. Some good switches of play. Scored a couple of very good goals from our perspective. A well worked corner, something that we worked hard on yesterday in training, and it's all about the delivery. Firstly from Amar Fatah, a great flick on from Sevelj, and then obviously Bert Esselink with the finish, and that kind of calmed everybody's nerves. But still, at 2-0, you're never all that comfortable, because it only takes one for the opposition to get a lift. I thought we showed great resilience in the last 10 minutes, digging in when Aberdeen were throwing everything by the kitchen sink at us. Kucherenko's had very little to do, and yeah, I thought it was very comfortable.
I mean, it was a terrific all-round performance. You looked solid and resolute at the back when you were called upon. You kind of smothered Aberdeen, I thought, for large periods of the game, and you had a real cutting edge. You got the 2 goals. It could have been more.
Yeah, I think it could have been more as well, Tyrone. Given the territory that we had and the dangerous actions that we had in and around the Aberdeen penalty area. But when I spoke to you before the game, I told you it was about trying to get the balance right. We feel that we've conceded far too many goals up to now, and over the years, my teams have been recognised as being well organised and hard to beat. What we're trying to do this year is still have that real defensive structure, but obviously carry a bit more of an attacking threat, be a little bit more on the front foot when we have possession. And with the pace of Fatah, Dolcek and Sapsford and their movement, it allows us to be that bit more direct at times and get in behind the opposition. And I thought tonight was a good example of what we're capable of when the concentration levels are right at the back, and the effort from the front three. I think sometimes that goes amiss out of possession. Sapsford, Dolchek and Fatah ran themselves into the ground at the top end of the pitch, and there's nothing better as a centre half when, you know, all the defending is being done 50-60 yards up the pitch by your strikers.
You're up to third in the table. I know it's early days. Any reason why you can't stay there?
Well, look, we're going to stay grounded. It's a really positive start that we've had. You know, we showed a really good side of ourselves in the European games in the summer against some really difficult opposition in Vienna. Obviously, we're disappointed with our League Cup campaign, but I think, you know, there's excuses for that and reasons behind that result. Take nothing away from Kilmarnock, but yeah, in the league we've been very, very good. You know, we were leading here against Hearts, 2-1 up, and, you know, killed ourselves with a couple of poor goals. 3-1 up at Easter Road. You know, we've went toe to toe with arguably three of our biggest competitors in terms of that top six. Given the budgets of all three clubs and the investment that those teams have made in the summer, you know, they've signed players for millions of pounds, something that unfortunately we don't have that luxury yet. But it just shows you that, you know, money's not everything. When you've got, you know, character and desire and togetherness, then that can carry you a long way.
Jim, well done today.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, well done indeed. Jim Goodwin there, Billy. We spoke a lot about him before the games kicked off tonight. So third in the table. One of the most enjoyable nights I've had this season. Actually, that night we were there together up at Tannadice Rapid Vienna. The atmosphere, the energy, the colour, the togetherness in the stadium that night, but also a lot of talent on the field. And it was interesting because there had been a fair bit of criticism around the recruitment early on, but he's recruited really well, hasn't he?
No, he has, and it's a good place to be, Tannadice, when things are going well and the fans are right behind you, stadium's full. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant atmosphere just with the enclosed stadium, and the comeback from Jim is brilliant to see, because I think you see an honesty in his interviews. He knows when he's not doing well. He took it in the chin when he lost his job at Aberdeen, and then he's come back for more. Lucky to get the opportunity, because a lot of managers don't when they stay out the game for a long time. He gets straight back in, but my word, he's built slowly, and it's an enjoyable brand of football. It's a little bit like Falkirk's, where, and you heard them talk about it, right? He's gone away and he's thought, right, okay, we did okay last year, first year back in the Premier League, and brilliant to get to Europe, and I want to get better, and the best way of doing that is entertain, to get forwards. He said that are going to allow us to go up the pitch, because teams are probably a little bit more sceptical of them, scared where they end up sitting back, and give them more room to play at times. And even when they get into those front three, they can still be dangerous. A lot of teams don't have that. We've talked about Aberdeen, they look one-dimensional. His teams certainly don't.
You know, of course, Ian, the size, the potential of Dundee United Football Club, and just looking at Jim Goodwin, it's a terrific story, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the way he got the sack at Aberdeen, it was like utterly bizarre. I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't deserved at that point. I'm sure Jim thought, you know, going to Darvel, and then I think Hibs beat them 6 and somebody beat them. And the thing had been
Hearts beat them 5.
Hearts beat them 5. Hibs beat them 6. And
6,
I remember it was the same season we went with Thistle to play the quarter-final of the League Cup up there, and they beat us 4-1. We get 2 or 3 injuries that day, and they were sitting third in the league. And then 2 months later, he's out of a job. But as Dodgy said, though, I mean, at times, you know, you do want to take time out before you go back into a job. And Jim, you know, I think he was only out 2 or 3 months, and then just first job, I mean, it's a decent job to get offered. He said yes, and he's done really well. They went down, rebuilt, they won the championship, which is not easy. 4th last season, and they're kicking on again. And they've got 2 or 3 Sapsford, Dolchek I really like. They've got 2 or 3 really, really good players.
They've got something about them right now, Willie, don't they? That there's a momentum, an energy, a feel-good factor about United right now.
Yeah, a good work rate as well. We kind of forget that from time to time, don't we? That you need
basics.
That work rate, the basics, absolutely, to stop the opposition. He was talking about his front three working their socks off to make sure that you know, Aberdeen didn't really have any impact in the game, and they didn't until, as he said, the last 10 minutes or so. But no, he's got something going. And well done to Jim Goodwin, because, you know, it was a huge blow him losing his job at Aberdeen, getting the United, and even getting the United gig wasn't always certain that he was going to be invited to stay on either. But he certainly turned it round, and his recruitment has been top class. Big part of any managerial's success is the recruitment process, and he seems to have done that magnificently well.
Yep, doing a great job there. United third in the table this evening. We had a fantastic commentary match for you tonight. Managers, as I said, both promised goals. It finished Falkirk 2, Hibs 2. Heard live from John McGlynn. Let's now hear from the Hibs manager, David Gray. He's also been chatting with Brian.
Well, David, the lights are dimming here at the Falkirk Stadium. Your thoughts on that game? Because at one point you looked very, very happy, particularly with about 5 minutes to go before half-time.
Yeah, I think I thought Falkirk actually started the better side. They had the first chance of the game. I thought it took us 5-10 minutes to adjust to the speed of the pitch. I think the pitch was really quick. But once we'd done that and got into our rhythm, probably got away with the fact that they should have scored first. In fact, that was a big moment. Then from then on, as you rightly say, right until the 40th minute, I thought we were very good. Found ourselves 2-0 up in the game, moved the ball really well, kept switching it, created a lot of chances, and I think had enough chances to put the game to bed. And that is the frustration, but it's something I've spoke a lot about in recent weeks. But to find yourself 2-0 up a couple of minutes before half time, and then unfortunately I'm repeating myself again here, which is we lose a poor goal just before half time, and it gives everybody in the stadium a massive lift. And then I was quick to remind the players at half time that yes, we've lost a goal, but we're still 2-1 up. Expect a reaction, expect Falkirk to come at us, but remember what gave us such an upper hand in the first half was the ability to keep the ball and switch the play. I didn't think we'd done that well in our second half, turned it over too many times centrally, trying to go centrally, and then for then the impetus and the momentum shift turned towards Falkirk, and we give away an inexcusable goal from a set piece. And for there, probably on the balance, I don't think they really created a clear-cut chance after that, but it probably felt like if there was a team that was going to win the game, it was more than likely going to be Falkirk, just because of the momentum and the noise in the stadium. But I don't think there was many chances after that, to be honest. But at the same time, from being 2-0 up and playing as well as we are, I feel it's 2 points dropped. But then at the end of the day, in the balance, if I've got a point away from home, I need to take it.
In terms of the defensive frailties, I know hard work in the training pitches, how you'll try and rectify it. Is there a mindset as well, though? Is it a mental attitude in terms of, trying harder to try and keep that goal intact?
Yeah, I think that's always the challenge. It's always you get punished for mistakes. You get, if you're not quite at it, and at this level you do get punished. It doesn't get any easier at the weekend. Going to Celtic Park, it's going to be exactly the same. And a real tough test is the test doesn't get any tougher than that domestically. I do think it's individuals at times. It's not a lack of trying to do the right things. The mindset side to it's something we're going to have to look at, because we can't come away from the fact that we've conceding goals at poor times, but we're not giving away chance after chance after chance either. So it is finding that balance and making sure it doesn't become an issue, feeling like the anxiety then comes into the players and then they start to worry about the situation. It's something that we all need to stick together in and make sure we address it in the right way.
In terms of moving forward, then you've got a big squad as well, David. In terms of the defenders, do you change the defenders again? You Jack Iredale and Grant Hanley sitting on the bench. Does that put pressure on the guys who are actually on the pitch?
I think there's pressure every week when you pull on the jersey. That with the squad, the expectation of playing for this football club, there's always pressure on the jersey. There's always pressure to win games of football, and if you've got players and to perform well. If you're not playing well, there's always players that are ready to step in and do that, and I think I've said that a lot. We have got a lot of strength and depth, defensively especially. We have got areas, the players that can play multiple positions, so you need to be performing to a level all the time, or there's somebody waiting to come in, because I've got disappointed players that are not playing that'll feel they can step in and do a job, and I think that's healthy for the squad as well, as long as everybody sticks together, which everybody is.
And there were positives tonight as well, though, wasn't there?
There is, because this is a flip side to it, where we're still undefeated in the league. I can change the narrative here very, very quickly. Undefeated in the league. Do I feel we've dropped points in areas where we should have had more at this point in the season? Yes, but we can't change that now. And we're creating enough chances to win games of football at this level. And if we keep creating these chances and turn them in, then we will start winning games of football. Now, clearly, whilst the game's still in a knife edge or in a fine balance, we need to be better defensively, and that is a double-ended sword.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Cheers.
David Gray, one thing's for sure, Hibs and Falkirk both a very good watch. Hibs fourth in the table with 7 points. Falkirk a very good start to the season for them. 5 games played, 5 points in the table, 8th in the Premiership table. We heard from Jim Goodwin earlier on. Andrew Bailey, United fan, has got in touch saying United are top quality. What a fantastic squad, hard working, strong and skillful. The change in the play of the team is amazing to see. Well done, Jim, and all the team at Tannadice. They were very, very good this evening, your team. Andrew, let's now counter that, though, with Aberdeen, who were pretty awful again tonight. Let's hear from Jimmy Tullian. He's been speaking with Tyrone.
Jimmy, just give us your thoughts and feelings after that tonight.
Of course, it's tough feelings. You shared with the supporters after the game. They're angry and frustrated about our performance and results. So it was a lot of frustration there. We know we have to find some answers really quick now to get the team going in the right direction and show our fans much more. The expectations are really big, and I think, of course, right now we have 1 point and 0 score goals, and we have a lot of things to fix, especially in the both boxes. So for us, it's now to come step up again and have another chance on Saturday.
Did you get the reaction that you were hoping for from your team tonight after what happened at the weekend?
I think their first goal they scored today 2 minutes before half-time, and then they come out and score another goal direct in the second half. We have to be more mature as a team in these moments and play the game in another way there. I think also, of course, I'm a strong believer this was rock bottom today. I think we can't go deeper right now. We are right now. Now it's another way just to step up and don't have this tension when we play. I think we are a little bit too tense. As an individual, I know the players can do better, but we have to be more focused and trust our qualities when we play football. I think I said before, like Stuart Armstrong did really well today. He has this experience. It's a pressure moment. There's a lot of expectations there, but he go out and play football like really composed and don't lose the ball in situations. And if we miss some pass, he wants the ball again, and that's why we have to spread through the whole team now and show that on Saturday.
Dundee United signed 14 players during the summer transfer window. I think Motherwell, your last opponent, signed something similar. How have they been able to gel a new squad together and produce good performances and results? In Aberdeen, who've done something similar, just haven't been able to do that.
I can't answer how they have done, but we have to find our answers with our team quite quick now to get this result coming.
Do you still believe that you've got the players on your side and that they are still buying into what you're trying to do?
Yeah, you see it today that it's trying, but we have to do it better as a team. Again, under this pressure, we have to be more not so tense when we play football. You see the trying, but the tension is there. So now after the game, we talk about it, and now it's like you see the frustration and the emotions among the fans after the game, and we feel exactly the same, but we have to be more composed when we play the games and turn this around and give them another performance and other results.
It's Aberdeen's worst start to a league season in 26 years. The Aberdeen fans will be listening to this interview in their cars and in the buses going back up the road. How much longer can this kind of run continue or be allowed to continue?
That's what I'm saying. We need to find the answers quick. They are fans to Aberdeen Football Club, a really big club with a big history, and we have to find answers really quick now and turn this around as quick as possible, and the biggest chance we have to do it on Saturday.
You said in your press conference yesterday that you'd spoken to the chairman and the chief executive and everyone's on the same page. If this run continues for much longer, I mean, are you almost preparing yourself for a tap on the shoulder to say, Jimmy, enough's enough?
Right now I focus on Saturday.
Are you still up for the fight yourself?
Of course. Otherwise, you have a really, really strong belief in this squad. And as I said today, we are still playing with too much tension. In the last part, we don't have nothing to lose. You can see we arrive into the box in a better way, and we're showing more ourselves. But we have to do it from the start, and that's why we have to. Now we can't go deeper than we are right now. We have this run of 0 scoring goals, only 1 point. And now on Saturday we have to step up and step out on the pitch with more, not this stressor, and play football and do it in a really good way.
Just finally, I mean, do you feel that this team is at rock bottom just now, and that the only way is up? Because I mean, certainly the Aberdeen fans will be hoping that you certainly can't do any worse than you've been doing.
No, that's the fact. We have 1 point, so we have to turn it around and we have to find answers really quick.
Jimmy, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Jimmy Tulane there, just a minute and a half left on Sports Sound. So final thoughts from Willie and from Billy. We'll try not to prolong the agony for you tonight, Willie. It's been a tough old season for yourself and Aberdeen fans. It was interesting to me that he was talking about the players being too tense.
Yeah.
They need to be more focused. He said he still has a strong belief in the squad, but what we're hearing from Aberdeen fans tonight, they're not sharing that right now. And that game, looking through the fixture, some great 3 o'clock games, but that 5:45 game at Fir Park, Motherwell against Aberdeen, it's huge.
No, it is. I mean, they're all huge. I keep saying that every week, that this is a big game. This is how he can turn it round. And he's saying all the right things in terms of what I'm seeing on the pitch. There is a lot of tension out there. There isn't composure. Do they have the players that can turn it round? I think they've got talented players, but it's quite a young and inexperienced side that he puts out as well. A lot of project players there too. He needs to find answers. That's what he needs to find. He needs to find results. He's got to kickstart the season. He's got to get himself, a win from somewhere. Will he get it against Motherwell? What a task that is, by the way that they're playing. But at the same time, he's got to have belief. The players have got to have belief. They've got to have the players that are prepared to stand up, to step up to the plate and actually do something that's going to affect a game of football. The last 10 minutes was more like it. 10 minutes is not good enough. It's got to be 90 minutes with the same attitude as the last 10 minutes tonight.
Yeah, worrying times for Aberdeen fans, that's for sure. Just interesting as well, Billy. He used a word there, trust, and you mentioned it earlier on, perhaps the players not trusting each other right now. But just final thoughts from you. With a great game, Falkirk and Hibs, 2 very exciting teams to watch. Must be a delight for the fans. And also another club that you know well, Dundee United. Fantastic performance for them tonight. Jim Goodwin looks to be building something pretty special.
No, he does, and it's full credit to him. We saw 3 teams tonight. Probably the togetherness is there, the confidence is there, the trust is there, as you're talking about. We saw the other one who are missing all those ingredients in it, and it's going to take a hard fought, dug out, not playing well win to get Aberdeen firing. Have they got the players? I'm not as sure as Willie. I just see a flatness and I don't see any characters.
Well, we'll find out a whole lot more on Saturday, that's for sure. So Dundee United 2, Aberdeen 0, Falkirk 2, Hibs 2, and 2 games in the Championship tonight. Airdrie 1, St Johnstone 2, Dunfermline 0, Ayr United 1. Well done to St Johnstone, 8 points clear at the top of the table with just 7 games played. So Sportsman's back tomorrow night with European action. Red Star Belgrade against Celtic in the Europa League. We kick off at 6 o'clock. So join the team tomorrow evening. From all of us here in the studio tonight, bye for now. And we can now rejoin listeners who are tuned in to Roddy Hart.
I would be lying if I said everything was okay. Those were the words in your letters, and it broke my heart to hear you're in pain. Is there a way that I can comfort you, take you out of your misery, reassure you everything will be okay? You're my brother, everything will be okay. Lean on me, brother, said I'll help you find your way. I'm praying for I see the weight that you carry and the pain etched on your face. I know the nights seem endless and hope feels out of reach. Is there a way that I can comfort you, take you out of your misery, reassure you everything will be okay? You're my brother, everything will be okay. Lean on me, brother, said I'll help you find your way. I'm praying
Well, we played you the last single, Nothing But Love, which we liked very much. And great to bring you the new single from James Emmanuel. He's from Nigeria originally, lived in India, South Africa and London before finding a home in Edinburgh, where he's proud to be based these days, he tells us. That's the song Healing. And from that, we go to the other side of the Atlantic and Flock of Dimes, the solo project of multi-instrumentalist and producer Jen Wasner. She's releasing her third album on October the 10th. It's called The Life You Save, and from it, here's Defeat.
If you don't wanna feel it, all you have to do is wait. The pain will be inflicted in some other eventual way. I made it home, too tired to cry. Loose quarters in a pile on the bedside. I'll never leave to see the day. I admit it, I am defeated. I couldn't get you out, I couldn't beat it. Shame on me, I couldn't even see it. I'm inside it after all. When things are bad between us, it is hard to face the day. When things are feeling easy, it is hard in a different sort of way. I play it back, I say I'm free. Still I wake up in another man's dream. I can't remember what it was supposed to mean. I admit it, I am defeated. I couldn't get you out, I couldn't beat it. Shame on me, I couldn't even see it. I'm inside it after all. This is how it feels to be living inside of a dream. Trying to build a world between the things I say and what you think they mean. Can we believe? Can we break through? Can we be brave enough to tell the whole truth? That I never should have given all that much to you. I admit it, I am defeated. I couldn't get you out, I couldn't beat it. Shame on me, I couldn't even see it. I'm inside it after all. I'm inside it after all.
Catching up with the townies, some have gone, but most are still around. The ghosts of them surround me, they hang on tight until they drown. Met you in the
Love it. Some good old-fashioned grunge rock, nothing wrong with that. Wednesday is the band from North Carolina, led by Carly Hartzman, and the song Townies from the new album Bleeds, which is out now. Before that, Flock of Dimes, Jen Vasner again with a new album due for release on the 10th of October called The Life You Save. We are fans of Flock of Dimes on this show. We've played them many times before in the past few years, and looking forward to the release of that. I played you the song Defeat. And here's another play for the music of the Joshua Hotel, the indie electronic trio from Inverness, fronted by multi-instrumentalist and producer Joshua Mackenzie, with Louis Slorach on guitar and drones and Joshua Gilbert on drums and percussion. The debut album finally comes out at the end of this month. It's called Rapture Party, and from it this is Local Girl Builds a Rocket.
I broke into the narcissistic Olympics with the synchronized swimmers. I was a willing fool in a fierce gene pool. You were delightfully cruel. I grew my bones in a welfare home built for sinners. You were a natural born winner. I had ambitious legs, but your 19 lemons just ruined my head. Winning every race I couldn't even start, and showing me the ways the rich are poor at heart. When she woke in the morning, every heaven was calling, and with the world in her pocket, the local girl built a rocket. I woke up to an undead love in the saddle of your endless shadow. You were sitting there in a fainting chair, thickening the air. Winning every game I didn't have the heart. Show me all the ways the poor are pulled apart. When she woke in the morning, every heaven was calling, and with the world in her pocket, the local girl built a rocket. When she woke in the morning, every heaven was calling, and with the world in her pocket, the local girl built a rocket. 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 Local girl built a rocket.
You say that you could do me harm in the safety of your arms, while your eyes are atom bombs dropping. My head is full of thoughts suffering, turning in and turning out, the lining of our deepest doubts. In the California drought, we're drowning. I have followed in your wake, in your image I might break. Bearing no resemblance to an age of innocence, have I lost the audience for good now? As the grand illusion phrase, it hits me as I drive away. I'll never see your hair go gray. I have followed in your wake, in your image I might break.
Well, yet another beauty from the upcoming Madison Cunningham album, which is due for release on the 10th of October also. It's called Ace. That's the song Wake, featuring Robin Pecknold of Fleet Foxes. Madison Cunningham, a big fan of Fleet Foxes through the years, and Robin Pecknold saying working with Madison was a humbling, enlightening experience. He struggled to keep up in all the takes they did. She's a force and an inspiration. She is that indeed, and great to hear those two voices on record. Before that, the Joshua Hotel with local girl Builds a Rocket from the new album Rapture Party, which comes out at the end of this month. And here's something from an artist of long-standing and much acclaim based in Glasgow called Jack Henderson and Catherine Wheel.
Are you still feeding birds and getting stoned? Dancing in empty rooms when you're on your own? Putting jewelry in your hair and wearing other people's clothes? Will you light up bright, Catherine Wheel? painting in the rain. Well, you light it up bright, Catherine Wheel. Even if all God's angels have passed through you, I'm the only one who ever really knew you. Are you still leaping over walls, leaving circles in the frost? Turning left instead of right, hoping to get lost. There's a million stars up in the sky, but not one of them would leave me blind like you. Catherine Wheel, you light up bright. Catherine Wheel, you light up so bright.
It's great old school stuff. We love it very much from Jack Henderson and the song Catherine Wheel. Very happy to play that one for you, and very happy to play this from the great Sun Volt, released 30 years ago, 19th of September 1995. Can you believe it? The album Trace, and just at the forefront of great Americana, and the song Windfall.
Now and then it keeps you running, never seems to die. Trail spent with fear, not enough, living on the outside. Never seem to get far enough, staying in between the lines. Hold on to what you can, waiting for the end, not knowing when. May the wind take your troubles away, may the wind take your troubles away. Both feet on the floor, two hands on the wheel. May the wind take your troubles away. Trying to make it far enough to the next time zone, few and far between past the midnight hour. You never feel alone, you're really not alone. Switching it over to AM, searching for a truer sound, can't recall the call letters, steel guitar and settle down. Catching an all-night station somewhere in Louisiana. It sounds like 1963, but for now it sounds like heaven. May the wind take your troubles away, may the wind take your troubles away. Both feet on the floor, two hands on the wheel. May the wind take your troubles away.
The great Jay Farrar, Uncle Tupelo legend, alongside Jeff Tweedy, of course. Sunvolt, the band that he formed after that breakup, and Windfall, the song from the album Trace, released in 1995. Stick with us on the Roddy Hart Show. We've got Undercover with Bruce Springsteen, a record of note from Michael McGovern, tracks from Daniel Meade, Mavis Staples, and more, all after the news.
Across Scotland with the latest news, sport, music and culture.
On digital radio,
BBC Sounds
and your smart speaker.
Play BBC Radio Scotland.
BBC Radio Scotland News, I'm Duncan Kirkhope. Good evening. Donald Trump has described Russia as a paper tiger and mocked its inability to advance further into Ukraine. In a social media post, the US president said a real military power could have won the war in a week and suggested Kyiv could win back all of Ukraine. With more, here's our reporter, Paul Moss.
The Donald Trump pendulum seems to have swung firmly onto Ukraine's side just now. Indeed, it was after meeting President Zelensky that Mr. Trump posted his latest, highly derogatory comments about Russia. He suggested people there would queue for petrol because most of Russia's money had been spent on the war. Putin and Russia are in big trouble, he wrote, adding that the US would keep supplying NATO with weapons and that the alliance could do what it wanted with these. That said, the US president ended his post by saying he wished Ukraine and Russia good luck.
2 men found guilty of murdering a man more than 6 years ago are to appeal. Tony Ferns, who was 33, was stabbed in his heart as he sat in his car in Thornley Bank in East Renfrewshire. Our news correspondent Jamie McIver reports.
Raymond Platt and Joseph McCulloch were convicted earlier this month of being involved in the attack. Platt, already a convicted killer, was jailed for a minimum of 23 years. McCulloch for at least 18 years. Lawyers for the men are now challenging these convictions. No dates for any potential hearings have been set. 2 other men were also convicted. As yet, no appeals have been lodged by either of them.
The owner of a Scottish bottle factory has been fined over £600,000 after a worker was seriously scalded with hot water and glass. Stirling Sheriff Court heard 33-year-old Jed Smith from Alloa could have been shielded from harm if the door of the machine he'd been driving hadn't been missing. Maureen Kinneborough reports.
Jed Smith had been clearing waste from a basement at Alloa Glassworks in February last year when he was injured. The door of the mechanical shovel he was driving was missing, and when hot water and glass slopped backwards from the bucket of his loader, he suffered 8% burns to his thighs, forehead and wrist. He's made a full recovery. Stirling Sheriff Court heard the door had been missing for almost 2 years before the accident. It had been reported but never repaired. OI Glass, which employs over 400 people at the glassworks, pled guilty and was fined £645,000.
9 Gazan students have arrived in Scotland to start university courses. The Scottish Government confirmed the students arrived safely yesterday and will shortly be starting their scholarships. The Education Secretary, Jenny Gilruth, says she's now written to the Foreign Secretary to get clarity on whether the students are able to bring their family members with them. This year's Booker Prize shortlist has been revealed, and half of the final 6 authors are American. The winner will be announced in November. Here's our culture editor, Katie Razzle.
3 Americans, an Indian novelist, a British writer and one who's Hungarian-British are now in contention for the £50,000 prize, the leading literary award in the English-speaking world. From the US, Susan Choi's Flashlight was, said the judges, a book that completely dominated your thoughts. Katie Kitamura's Audition was brilliantly tense and taut. And The Rest of Our Lives by Ben Markovich, a road trip chronicle with a ridiculously relatable narrator. Of the rest, the 5 judges praised Kieran Desai's The Loneliness of Sonia and Sunny as an intimate and expansive epic, Andrew Miller's The Land in Winter as a joy to read, and Flesh by David Soloy as an absolute page-turner.
2 games in the Scottish Premiership tonight. At Tannadice, Dundee United beat Aberdeen 2-0, while it was Falkirk 2, Hibernian 2. Elsewhere, manager Brendan Rodgers insists Celtic have moved on from their Champions League disappointment as they prepare to make an impact in the Europa League. The Scottish champions were knocked out of the Premier competition in the playoffs. Their focus is now on their opening game of this tournament against Red Star Belgrade on Wednesday. Saturday's Women's Rugby World Cup final between England and Canada will be refereed by Scotland's Holly Davidson. She's only the second person to take charge of 2 World Cup finals. And in golf, world number 1 Scotty Scheffler says he'll give his Ryder Cup fee to charity in order to do some good in our local community. All of the American players, along with captain Keegan Bradley, are being given $500,000, with $300,000 of that going to charity. Tonight, dry with largely clear skies and just a few patchy areas of cloud in the southeast and the Northern Isles. Patchy mist and fog in places too, and cold in rural eastern areas. Minimum temperatures 0 to 4 in much of the east. In central areas and some north coasts, it'll be 4 to 8, 8 to 12 in eastern coasts. Tomorrow we'll see a dry day throughout, with any early mist and fog clearing. BBC Radio Scotland News.
Roddy Hart
on BBC Radio Scotland.